This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, it is now 6:30 p.m., May the 27th, 2021. The regular meeting of the Rhome City Council is now beginning, and we have here Josh McCabe, Elaine Priest, Sam Eason, and Ashley Majors. So we are ready to go. And this meeting is going to be virtual because of the exception that Governor Abbott has given us to help stay away from COVID. So it's closed to personal attendance by the public, but we have everybody online. So we are ready to go, and we have public presentations and input, and we have, Shannon, I think we have one speaker, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have Shirley Mize.
When you list everyone, did you list Michelle Ty? I don't think I heard her name.
She did.
She got all five? Okay.
I can now count to five. Yeah.
So, Ms. Mize, when you're ready, please.
Good evening. This is Shirley Mize. I live at 170 Russell Street, and I wanted to talk about the estimates that are giving on these buildings that we have in our city. I think that they are over exaggerated. I think that they're trying to shade the public. I think they're trying to show that we do not have character in our town. We do not have any written quotes, basically. And whenever they find anything wrong with our building, they take the whole building and want to rebuild the whole thing. And I think that we need to get our act together in what we're doing in our city. I think that we need to have understanding of how it's done. If we're not sure, maybe we need to go back and learn how to do it. It's very upsetting to see what our city members are doing to try to get their persuaded ways done. I think that we need to do a better job to get this going the right direction for our city. I ask that anytime that you have an issue with a city building, that you get 3 quotes of what's wrong with it and have it documented to present to the council. I think that we keep everybody compared and equal, and I think that it keeps us going down the right path. So I request, if we can, please, let's get this right and quit exaggerating on what it cost us to fix these buildings. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, that is the only one that has signed up.
Did we lose Joanne?
It looks like she's still signed in, but her camera's gone.
Do you? I don't see her name on here. There's
her name just left.
Yeah. Well, let's give her a minute to try to get in. There she is. Mayor, you're muted.
Okay. Did we lose Shirley, or is she still on?
She finished, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll move. That's all that we have. Does anybody on the council have any announcements to make?
I do.
Okay. Sam, go for it.
Thank you. I want to thank Debbie Kuhlman, Terry Priest, and Tommy Eason, and Jesse from Public Works. They planted 29 plants in Veterans Park today to replace ones that were frozen and died during the snowmageddon. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys. It's really appreciated. Ashley?
I'll let Josh go before me.
Okay, Josh, the lady said for you to go.
All right, I just want to let everybody know that there's going to be a plant sale on June 5th at the park. They're going to be having indoor and outdoor plants, lilies, and things of such. And all proceeds are going to be donated to the beautification fund. Aside from that, I think we all know that this weekend is Memorial Day. So I would like to, if we can, take a moment of silence to remember all of those servicemen and women who have died in the line of duty to give their life for this country. So if we can please take a moment of silence.
Sorry, you're cutting out. I would just like to say thank you to our Rome veterans for putting on a Memorial Day at an event at the Memorial Park this Saturday at 11 o'clock. Thank you to Mrs. Beecraft, who, with the veterans, Rome veterans, who puts on different events. Thank you for all that you do for our city and our veterans in the county and in Rome. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'd like to add to the Veterans Memorial Program. It's at 11 p.m. at 100 Virginia Lane. I'd like to see the council and everyone else meet me there. Let's support our veterans. We wouldn't be here without them. On another line, the Rome Community Library is having a book sale 3, 4, and 5 June. And look at their website for dates. The first 2 dates are 11 to 5. And I believe the next date is 12 to maybe 5. But, support our Rome Library. And for us that are messy, the dumpster day is coming again Saturday. It begins at 8 o'clock, and you need proof of residency, utility bill, driver's license. Don't just bring somebody else's utility bill, be able to support it. Now remember, they start at 8 o'clock. When they're full, the gates are closed. This is up by the community center. So anything you can put in the dumpster is okay. Don't leave anything laying out and around it. And then for you that would like to volunteer, the parks and the planning and zoning both have vacancies coming up. They're taking applications through June the 18th. On June 24th, the council will appoint new members. That's a good way to get to know our city. So think about it and sign up for this. That's all I have, except Monday, the city employees aren't going to show up. City offices are closed in observance of Memorial Day on the thing. So come Monday, June the 7th, which is not that far away, we have a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Our next regular council meeting is June the 10th, and we'll do it again on June the 24th. Okay, we'll move along to the consent agenda. We have minutes of the City Council regular session dated April 29th. We have minutes of the City Council special session dated May the 20th. And we have appointments of Mark Stanwyck and Anissa Satterfield. And hey, Anissa, welcome back to Rome. As Rome Reserve Police Officers. Brody, are you here to introduce them? Don't
We
believe
did
I.
not have them on tonight. We're going to introduce them if they get approved. We're going to introduce them at a later meeting.
Okay. So we have those three things under the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion that we accept the consent agenda? Michelle Ty, you're muted. Michelle's made a motion and Ashley seconded it. Shannon, are you there with us to call for a vote?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Ty,
Aye.
Councilmember Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Eason,
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're going to go to the monthly staff reports and minutes. Does anyone have any of the reports they would like to pull off to go into further?
Mayor, we will not be voting on these. This is
Yeah, I know.
informational information.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I do know that. I just wanted to make sure that nobody had anything they wanted to pull off. And then we also have the minutes of the regular Parks and Recreation Board meeting of April the 1st. So y'all got those to look at if you didn't get a chance to. Going into the regular session, old business. Somebody's telling, yeah, Josh.
Yes, ma'am. Can we please move agenda item P to the beginning, as we have a special guest here that's, I believe, is going to speak a bit on that about the unborn sanctuary.
Okay, you're cutting out, Josh. Tell me what item again.
Item P.
P is in Paul.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, that is not a problem. We're going to go straight to item P, and I think I saw Miss Swain online. Are you still there, Miss Swain?
Yes, I am.
There she is. Okay. We have this down for discussion and any necessary action considering a resolution designating the city of Rome as a sanctuary for the unborn. And Judge Clark has already designated the county as a sanctuary. Ashley, this has your name on it.
Yes, I is pleased to have Connie and spoke with Connie about making our city of Rome a sanctuary city. So, council members, if you have any questions, Connie is on the line with us. So, I'm very happy to make us since Wise County and JD Clark, as Mayor already said, we're already a sanctuary county. So, Connie, if you'd like to say anything.
Ms. Swain, did you want to go address this any further?
Okay, this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm speaking. Are you not able to hear me?
Now I can. Couldn't while ago.
You are? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Yes, on April 12th, JD Clark, Judge Clark declared the unincorporated parts of Wise County sanctuary county for the unborn. And I loved how he worded that because he did not want to step on the city toes. So he gives each individual city the opportunity to vote on it. And as of last week, we have 7 cities that have passed this resolution: Decatur, Paradise, Alvord, Runaway Bay. I'm trying to think. Bridgeport, Chico, and then I can't think. There's one more. Anyway, y'all would be the 8th city. I've been keeping track, and y'all would be the 8th city should you choose to pass this. As I mentioned at the mayor's meeting, if you honor life from its most innocent and from the beginning of life, you will honor the entire life. And I truly believe that by passing this resolution, you're telling the current citizens and the future citizens of the city of Rome that you value life, you value their purpose, their destiny, and their voice. So I thank you for this consideration, and please, I would be more than happy to answer any questions. I do want to make clear this is not an ordinance, this is not a law, it is just a resolution. So it's really just stating to the city, the county, the state, and the nation that Rome values life. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Oh, Mayor.
Does anybody have any other conversation along this line?
Sam does.
Sam, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Joanne. Connie, I appreciate this resolution that you've put forward. And yes, I do value life. I value all lives. But it sounds like to me this is taking a position on abortion, anti-abortion legislation potential. Is that the purpose of this?
No, sir. No, sir. This is just it is a resolution. It's a statement. Judge Clark did make that very clear, and it just makes a statement for valuing it. And of course, I mean, as far as the city's concerned, it could be making a stance, but apparently from the way Judge Clark stated, it's just a statement saying that each individual city or the county values and will fight to protect the lives of the unborn. Now, as far as how the city would view it, I'm not sure.
Well, your comment of fighting to protect the rights of the unborn, again, I am trying to follow my oath of office. I don't believe the United States government or the state of Texas acknowledge in any kind of legislation that the unborn are yet alive. So that there's no legal basis for this, is there?
I'm sorry but I don't know about the legislation side of it, but I do know that science has proven, and you cannot argue that it is not a life. Science has proven it, and even Planned Parenthood has agreed that it is a living entity.
Connie, I'm not trying to argue that it's not alive.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I'm not understanding your point. I'm sorry.
What I'm getting at is that I believe that we're looking at a potentially religious issue, not a legal one. So that there is the issue of, because I remember when we had Roe v. Wade passed in '73, the issue that the court ruled on was not whether abortion was legal or not. It had to do with the rights of the woman, that no one could pass a law infringing upon the body of a person. Okay, and I tend to believe that a woman has a right to her body. And
why don't we just table this? And because we've got such a long meeting tonight, and Ms. Swain, if you don't mind, we might table this. Let's think about it and discuss it again at our next meeting.
That is fine
for everybody.
I would not want to delay the city business because I know how important that is.
Well, I don't mean that you are, but we appreciate your bringing this to us. Give us a little bit more time to think about it. And it may be on a future agenda, and we'll keep you posted.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Yeah.
Connie,
Thanks,
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And Josh, thanks for pointing that out. So now we are ready to move on to the regular session. Old business item, Elphys and Frank. Discussion and any necessary action regarding amendment to the Waste Connection contract regarding bulk pickup. Cynthia, this has your name on it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This item, as you all remember, was at Council Member Major's request wanting to bring this back. I did contact Waste Connections to discuss amending the current contract by adding monthly bulk pickup back to the agreement. It is possible to do an amendment, as Carvin has said. It will cost each additional resident $2.90 per month to add this back. So that would, if the council so chooses to add this amendment, it would, the original waste connection contract reduced it by $4.14. So when we put in this contract January 1st, we went from $15.59 per month down to $11.45 per month. So if we were to add this back in, you would add $2.90 to that $11.45. And we can do that by amendment if council so chooses. I would remind you that we do have quarterly pickup, which is 4 times. We do have dumpster days, essentially 2 days in the spring and 2 days in the fall. That's 4 times, so 8. There's 8 opportunities for folks to get rid of their items. So it's up to council on if they want to add the $2.90 back into the trash bill.
Ashley?
I make a motion that we add in the $2.90 to help clean up, because I still drive around and see, I mean, right now there's a half of a tree laying on BC Rhome. I mean, there's trash and residents are still complaining. And I think instead of the ones that are paying the extra $5 a month.
Councilmember Majors, I hate to interrupt you, but you really didn't finish your motion before you went into.
Sorry. So I make a motion that we add the $2.90 to the monthly bulk pickup. So I make a motion.
Do I hear a second? Elaine is making a second. So Shannon, you want to go ahead and call for a vote? Wait, just a minute. Sam's got something to say. Sam, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you. I really don't know how many people have complained about bulk pickup. I haven't heard any. None of my neighbors are having a problem with the bulk pickup. They wait for the appropriate time. They take it to the curb and they're able to get these things done. I think $2.90. There are people on fixed incomes around here that don't need the bulk pickup more often than the 8 times, the 4 times we have in the dumpster days. So to me, this seems like we're adding, almost $3 a month to people for. Again, I don't know how many people are complaining, but I'd like to know.
Ashley?
Sam, I don't want to have to pull up the minutes and go back. You were the one of the council members that agreed with me that your neighbors were complaining to you because they didn't have enough room in their garage to put the extra trash can and pay for the $5 for the extra trash can. So
that's not bulk pickup.
No, I was saying you were the one that your neighbors were complaining. Your neighbors were complaining to you that they didn't have their extra room in their garage for the green trash can, and they did not want to have to pay the extra $5 a month for it. So you were the one that agreed with me. So I don't want to go back. Hold on just a second.
You're mistaken here. I was talking about they didn't have room for the trash can. You're talking about bulk pickup, which is not talking about an extra trash can.
So Sam, the $5 a month, so it's more, $5 is more than $2.90. So you were the one that agreed with me back in. So I don't want to have to ask Shannon to pull an open records to prove that you did. So no, I mean, it's true. But here we go. We're discussing the $2.90. I am adamant and cleaning up the trash around town. So I make a motion that we add the $2.90 to get the bulk pickup because
We already,
just last
we
week,
already heard your
please
motion,
let me
Ashley.
finish speaking.
You're not letting me respond. You're sitting there talking about me, but now you're not letting me
Okay.
respond. Is this your way of bullying and just keep on talking until people, don't give them a chance? You want to have a discussion, or you just want to talk for 20 minutes?
Sam, you've got a motion before us in a second.
And
Can
we
we
are
just
having discussion, Joanne.
do what, dear?
We're having a moment of discussion.
We are.
This is my opportunity to have discussion. Ashley was just going on and on and on, and I need an opportunity to reply.
Which you had. Now
And
you got more to say.
On and on. I would like to be able to finish my reply.
Okay, go for it.
Thank you. Yes, there were people complaining that they were having to use trash cans and they don't like the new system. They liked having where you put whatever your bags on the curb. That's what they liked. They didn't like the trash cans at all. Okay, I was not making a statement about we need bulk pickup more often. So if you'd like to get Shannon to go back and read the minutes, you're welcome to do that. My comment was there were people that didn't like having the trash cans. They didn't want to have to pay the extra $5 for a second trash can. They didn't like having to store them. But at no time did I say, oh, well, we've got to shift and go to bulk pickup more often. Okay, and I still don't believe that we need bulk pickup more often than we have it, because I haven't heard people complaining. Thank you.
And we go to a vote. You can express, all 5 of you can express your
Mayor?
opinions. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Councilmember Priest had her hand up.
Right. Elaine, you're muted, hon. Still muted. Okay, there you go. Now we can.
I'd just like to say that maybe there's confusion on what bulk pickup is. For someone that we spend a lot of time working in the yard, and so that means, especially after this freeze, there's a lot of debris, and we've had to wait and hold stuff in our garage because we couldn't put it in a bag and put it on the curb, because bulk pickup is or not having bulk pickup means it's got to be in the can with nothing outside of that. And so I can tell you that it's inconvenient for me personally, because we do have a lot of debris just from yard work normally, but with the freeze and everything, it has taken us quite a while to get everything cleaned up and then put it on the curb. And so bulk, and sometimes it's you've just cleaned out your closet and you've got 2 or 3 bags of stuff that maybe you shouldn't have kept that long. But anything that's not in the can is considered, or in the trash bin that's provided to us, is bulk pickup. It doesn't have to be a couch. It doesn't have to be a big tree. It's anything that won't fit in that one single trash trash can that's provided to us. So I do think that the convenience of at least once a month instead of twice a month, because it used to be that we could put things out every week whenever we would put our trash out. But to have it once a month at least is better than once a quarter. And so, yeah, it's staying in my garage a lot of the time. And it's still cheaper than it was before by just giving everybody the option to do that. So I just wanted to explain the definition of bulk pickup, maybe a little bit different than some people are thinking.
Well, council member, let me just respond to that, council member Priest. Citizens do have the opportunity to arrange for a special pickup. So I'm not sure if everybody's aware of that, but they do have the opportunity to call for a special pickup. And he did, I don't have it in front of me, but he did provide a price list for that. So that could be that could be another solution to the situation you just mentioned, if it were just a one-off. But if it's something that, people need every month, then, that's what you guys have to decide. But I did want to be full disclosure, citizens do have the opportunity to call for special pickups, and there will be a cost for it. But it would be just a one-off versus an extra additional monthly cost throughout the year.
Okay, Josh?
Thank you. So when we originally discussed the trash, I took the standpoint that we needed to be eco-friendly about this, and I was for the recycling bin and the trash bin. And yes, it was a little bit of a cost increase, but that got voted down 3-2 because most of the council felt that the citizens did not want to pay the price increase for that. And here we are talking about price increase with it. We have a lot of things on the agenda that is going to impact costs to the citizens. So I know it's only $3, but I don't think we need to increase the cost of this when we're already looking at increasing the cost of other things. As Ms. Northrup just said, there is an option for scheduling bulk pickup. So residents have that option to be able to do that. So then we need to look at this as, do the needs of the few outweigh the needs of the many? So I haven't heard anybody I've talked to complain about the bulk pickup. Some people were a little confused in the beginning, but they got used to the way everything was running. And now everything is running just fine. I haven't heard anything. So I don't think that we need to do a minimal price increase when we're already looking at price increases on other things. So I would not be in favor of
Okay, thanks, Josh. Ashley?
Elaine, to give you the prices, so for one black trash bag is $1.50 to sit out by your trash can. For a mattress, which Josh, it was on your street, which they sat out for a month because they did not want to pay the $20. And it's on like social media that I answer to. And then what I go out and walk and talk to neighbors and get out and talk to people and say, you can't leave it, because I am adamant that we need to clean up our town, is more than probably the rest of you, that we need to clean up get the substandard buildings out, get the trash off the street, because they'll leave it there. Our citizens don't want to pay the $20 for a mattress. They don't want to pay $1.50 for all the debris in their yard. They don't want to pay it for the tree brushes that they just cleaned up out of their, bundled up. They don't want to pay that. And so that's the reason why. Yes, we're about to do a $30 increase on their wastewater, but we need to do this. If not, it's just going to keep on, and that's not what we need to look at now, because if not, they're going to leave the mattress in the front yard, because that was your neighbors. Josh, did you go down and talk to them? No, because I did. They said, no, I'll leave it out there. So what are we going to do? Because you don't want to add the $3. So I wasn't the one who, I turned it down, and I don't think this is right. So I guess this is more citations that our public works, are going to have to go and give out, because to help clean up. So we can get businesses in here. Y'all know that I'm adamant. So go ahead, Josh.
Go ahead, Josh. Josh, there you go.
Thank you, Mayor. So again, this kind of falls on the homeowner then. We all have to be responsible homeowners. There's fees that are involved with everything. So if you don't need a mattress, or if you got something that's got to get rid of, there's local dumps that you can take it to. If you don't want to pay the fee, that's fine. But that's part of being an adult and part of responsibilities that you've got to take care of it. So if they just don't want to pay it and leave it out on the lawn, okay, great. Then our code enforcement's going to come by and they're going to cite you. So, you got to be a responsible adult about some things. So that's all I got to say. And I'd like to call for a vote now, please.
And I'm
That's
with John. Let's go ahead. We've talked it to death. Everybody knows what their thoughts are. And does anybody have an objection to calling for a vote? Okay, Shannon, please.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe,
Nay.
Councilmember Ty,
Aye.
Councilmember Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Eason,
Nay?
Councilmember Majors.
aye.
Motion carries 3-2.
Okay. So our next few bills will show an additional charge. Cynthia, how will we let the people know there's going to be an additional charge and when this goes into effect? Is it going to be every first Monday, first Friday, or what? You know, come up with something and let us all know.
Okay, yes, we will.
Okay, now we're moving on to item G as in George. Update, discussion, and any necessary action regarding water and wastewater rate study. Cynthia, this has your name on it.
Yes, thank you. I do believe we have Chris Eckert here.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. So this is, I just want to make sure he was here. I'm not seeing him and I need to make him the presenter. So you guys have been talking about the wastewater rate study that was conducted. Those results were presented, I believe, back in February. We talked about them again at the budget workshop. And then the following week, looking at those. And so as a reminder, the wastewater rates haven't been raised since 1999, and the water rates haven't been raised since 2017. The wastewater is an enterprise fund, so this is something where the revenue should match the expenditures. And Chris did a great job giving you all that information. I think he's got a modified version of that tonight, and I am trying to find you, Chris.
He's on mine now. I don't know if
There
Phil's column over 2 down unless it's moving around.
I got him.
Okay.
So you should be the presenter now, Chris, if you want to just remind folks of what they've heard before.
All right, fantastic. Can you see the screen okay?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Well, again, Chris Eckert with New Gen Strategies and Solutions. It's a pleasure to be with you again tonight, Council. I just want to run through some of the slides that I've shown you before just to refresh your memory on the water and wastewater rate study and what action we're proposing. So again, you've seen the slide on the screen before. This is a regional bill comparison comparing you to other communities that are similar in nature. I want to point out again, the blue is the water bill for an average customer using this is the minimum bill, excuse me. We've got another one for 5,000 gallons. But the blue is water, the green is wastewater. As Cynthia said, it's been a long time since wastewater has been adjusted. And you can see that you are well below the lowest wastewater provider on this chart. Now, the next slide that I'll go to here is the 5,000 gallon bills. We're using 5,000 gallons as an average residential customer. You can see for 5,000 gallons, the average customer in the city right now, a monthly bill of $77.29. Again, I want to point out the sewer side, how low you are on the sewer side because action has not been taken in a very long time. As Cynthia said, the water and wastewater utility, it's in an enterprise fund, is a business of government. So you don't just sit as a city council as part of this presentation, you sit as the board of directors of a business. The board of directors of a business that has not historically adjusted prices in a very long time, particularly with regards to sewer service, and that's really what's demonstrated on the screen. While this is not apples to apples, while every city is different, we do need to price service to sustain our business. We don't price based on what others do. We price based on what our needs are. And so we've talked extensively about the capital program of the city, what the city's capital needs are, as well as what the O&M needs are, the operations and maintenance needs of the city. And so we are not proposing any change to the water portion of the bill, but we are proposing a fairly significant change to the wastewater portion of the bill. For a residential customer, 5,000 gallons of flow, that bill right now, $18.89, you can see that based on our analysis, based on discussions with the city about what your needs are, that monthly bill should approximate $49.43. That is an increase to the monthly bill of customers going from $77.29 total bill, water and wastewater combined, going to $107.83. That's a $30.54 increase per month. Again, we've talked about this before. That's our proposal based on the city's needs. You have before you tonight an ordinance that encapsulates scenario 4 that presents these rates. So that ordinance has been prepared and is being presented for discussion, potential action tonight. I will remind you that as you look at rates, as you're looking for pricing for utility service, this is not a one-time action. Pricing for utility service is something that you need to monitor on a regular basis. We highly recommend that you come in as part of your annual budget process and continue to look at water and wastewater rates. With the level of growth that we are anticipating, we are hopeful that this increase will be sufficient to get the city where it needs to be over the next 5 years. And it's possible we may be able to adjust that rate in the future, depending upon growth, depending upon how conditions change. So with that, the last thing I want to discuss with you, again, we're not proposing a water change. So you see that no change in water rates. What we are proposing is a change in wastewater rates. These are the same rates that you see in the ordinance that's presented tonight as part of your packet. So with that, that really wraps up my presentation, really here to help answer any questions that you may have.
Chris, one thing, if you want to talk briefly about, or Sean can chime in and just remind everyone of the need. I mean, defining what that need is. We've been talking about it for quite some time, but when we talk about our water and our wastewater infrastructure, operations and maintenance of that infrastructure, expanding that infrastructure to meet the growth, making sure that we're maintaining the high quality of service to our residents. You want to go into more of that. One of the things you mentioned in the workshop was just talking about how these things really, we're getting to a point where it's not optional. These requirements for the quality of our water and our wastewater services are required by the state law.
That's absolutely correct. And it's one that there are state standards, state requirements that you have to meet for water and sewer service. A failure to reinvest in your infrastructure, to reinvest in your business, will result in the inability to meet those regulatory requirements and may ultimately result in a failure of that infrastructure. When you get to that point, ultimately what happens is you go under enforcement order through the TCEQ. And at that point, you would pay a fine, and then you would be forced to make the improvements. So effectively, at that point, you're double paying. So it makes sense to reinvest in our business so we can meet our obligations under state law, avoid those fines, and be prepared for growth and to be able to provide service to the customers that are coming. As a water and wastewater provider under the law, you have a requirement to provide continuous and adequate service to your customers. You have to generate the financial resources to be able to meet that. I do want to give Sean an opportunity to talk more here about the specific needs of the city as far as capital, as far as personnel, I know we have some equipment that is very old that needs to be replaced. We have a need for people. We have a need for capital. So Sean, if you want to jump in there, I don't want to talk over you, sir.
Thank you, Chris. You hit on a lot of major points, but as you point out, for capital projects, we know that our West Wastewater Treatment Plant needs upgrades, along with our sanitary sewer lines. One of the major components that's caused us to violate is the old clay lines that are in the city that need to be replaced. And of course, the rate increase will help finance those capital projects. And just recently, with this heavy rain, we've had to notify TCEQ of violations of flow due to the fact of the excess I&I. So Chris is correct that the state will end up coming to us eventually, want to know when and how we are going to repair our system. And this right here is an example of what we need to do to show them that we are serious about repairing our system. And the same way with the equipment, capital equipment, we have to have equipment that is functional, that we can rely on to be able to service the customers. We can't operate with equipment that's 25 and 30 years old that we pray that starts every day. So again, the rates will allow us to finance the equipment that we need to properly service the citizens. And I think Chris and Cynthia said the rest about the legality of everything already.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions on that?
Okay, do I hear a motion that we have a rate increase as proposed by Cynthia and Chris? Michelle Ty makes a motion, or you want to talk?
No, I make a motion. I feel like this is a no-brainer.
Okay, Elaine, would you second it? Elaine, you're muted. Did you do a second?
Sam seconded. I could see him.
Oh, okay. I missed him. I'm sorry, Sam.
Mayor, can I interject and ask whoever motioned it, just as a point of order, we would recommend that rate be effective September 1st, because that gives us the opportunity to send out a notice of the rate increase with our June utility billing. Of course, we would post it on the website, and that provides a 60-day notice to our wastewater customers.
Is that wording okay with you, Michelle?
Yes, I'll make a motion for the rate increase and for it to become effective September 1st.
And Sam, you still have a second?
I do.
Okay. Anyone else before we actually go to a vote? Any comments or whatever?
I'm happy with this not happening, and I am happy with the 60-day. With it happening
Notice
60 day notice. Yes.
Okay, and Shannon, please do your thing.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Ty,
Aye.
Councilmember Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Eason,
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
So, okay, everybody get ready for September. We're going to have a little bit more confusion probably, but I think that Chris has done an excellent job of showing us where we need to go. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Very much appreciated.
Now we're going to move to item H, discussion and necessary direction and/or action regarding budget workshop items discussed on March the 20th. And City Administrator, you get to do this one also.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, as you all know, we've been talking about this for quite some time, and we did have a vision budget workshop, not only to review budget items, but really to review the comprehensive development plan, what our accomplishments have been to date, some of those outstanding priorities, and really discussing how to prioritize those. It's from that discussion and a couple of subsequent discussions, we're coming back with our understanding of where council wants to go. So we are developing the budget overall to by and large remain flat and level funding as it was last year, and really seeking more specific direction from you all on some of these big ticket items that we've been discussing. So in summary, you do have, I gave you a chart of what our understanding of that was, and I'm going to review that very quickly. As we've been discussing the West Wastewater Treatment Plant improvements that we've been talking about. Of course, these are in conjunction. Just as a reminder, we did submit these as projects to the Texas Water Development Board for some low interest rate loans. Of course, the interest rate loans are very low right now anyway, so we're hoping we get approved for that. But even if we don't, there are still some other opportunities to keep it a little bit lower than the market. And John is here and Bob is here to talk more on that, about what the current market is on that. And that would be a revenue bond, again, based on the revenue that is generated from the water wastewater rates. The city facilities, we've been talking a lot about that. I think last week's special meeting was helpful to be able to kind of all the council members to just share their ideas of what they were thinking on that. It helped refine for staff some options that we're recommending, and I'm going to go into those in a minute. We also talked about streets, a potential bond item, and most of these we are, as we understand the council direction, general obligation bonds, so that will the voters will get to determine what they feel are the priorities, and they've got that decision before them. The streets there are one, you can see there, we'll go more into that. I kind of want to go high level and come back with details. Number 4 would be some of those big ticket equipment items that we were discussing just a minute ago. And again, this would be on the water wastewater side with that backhoe, dump truck, work truck. And that would be covered by, in the water wastewater general fund, excuse me. And then we've also talked about parks, and I know Sean has been talking with the Parks Board, and they've been looking at potential grant opportunities. There are some, Texas Parks and Wildlife does have matching grant opportunities. And that is if we if it was a $300,000 grant, coming up with 150 for that matching grant. So that would be another item to look at and prioritize. Going into some of the options on option 1 and option 2, essentially we talked about option 1, which would be basically revoting the municipal complex. Now, we did refine that after last week. So instead of doing the facade on the fire department, we would look at bringing fire department and public works up to code. Just as a reminder, and I haven't emphasized this a lot, but once you hit that $50,000 level of improvements, remodel to a building, you have to do all the code compliance items that are required, which would of course include all the ADA. So just keep that in mind. I did talk with Kim Dowdy of Forum Architecture, where we have the plans, and she did get back to me with some, again, these are fairly high level. The market, as you all know, is very volatile right now. Prices are have skyrocketed since last November, when this was before the voters at that time, at about $4.8 million. And honestly, just like when we did the East Wastewater Treatment Plant, we were thinking it was going to be, 2.3, and the bid came in at 1.8. So I think at that time we were speculating that the bid, it might actually come in a lot lower. There was about almost $1 million in contingency in that bond package. But of course that failed. At this point, though, with the market, building materials are just really skyrocketing. We're looking at a 20% increase. So that is approximately, we're looking at a $5.7 million bond. Now, that is including exchanging the fire facade for and adding in public works code compliance items, number one, and that includes the ADA items, and those are expensive. So one of the gentlemen that she uses for these quotes just did a quote for bringing up a woman's bathroom up to code fire in a fire station, and it was a retrofit, and just for the women's restroom it was about $176,000. So it's quite substantial, so just keep that in mind. Now we can value engineer it, and you all talked about cutting out some of the fat, if you will. It was fairly lean, but there are some opportunities to cut some items out of that, and that would include, as Councilmember Priest had mentioned, and I think others have mentioned some of these things, but removing the covered parking structure in the back. Really in the back house parking, except for the fire lane that needs to be concrete, really using asphalt for the accessible parking, and maybe look at using gravel for parking, because concrete was a big ticket item in that bond package. You could move in the auditorium. As you remember, it's a sloped auditorium, so to make that ADA accessible, we had to bring it up level. So what we could do, one of the things we could do, is just leave it sloped, but at the back end make it ADA accessible, and have places for accessibility in the back end, and just leave that slope in that auditorium. There's options of looking at removing the new entrance. The police department, we had added actually a separate entrance for PD. They were on the south side of the building, so that's something that could be looked at. We could maybe look at some options to reduce the scope in the community center. So I think there's opportunities to trim some items off of that and realize a cost savings. And of course that would just be with council and staff getting with the architect and going through that process. So the other option, of course, is now what that does is it provides for the opportunity, if the police are moving into the municipal complex, we could potentially sell that property and use that to buy down some of that bond cost. And the seniors would begin using the community center in that instance. So those are some things to think about in that scope, in that option. Option two is redoing the old city hall, and then just bringing all 5 facilities into compliance with minor cosmetic improvements. That estimate, and again, these are high level estimates. I mean, I heard some comments and they are high level, but I guess I'd rather, have some higher estimates and it's lower, then have lower ones and then it's higher. So we do recognize, even in the option one in the municipal complex, Kim did confirm that even in as in the original, there was quite a hefty contingency in there, close to $1 million. There is a hefty contingency in that figure as well. So, we do recognize that. But bringing the old city hall and all 5 facilities into compliance with minor cosmetic improvements, we're estimating at about $2 million. And that's, looking at the old city hall and updating that. And then 5 of the buildings, potentially 100,000, give or take. Now we know that there's going to be more that will be at the fire station, for example, and making that those restrooms ADA compliant, and in the community center, making those restrooms ADA compliant. So that's where we're at with that. You do have in your background information, and I don't want to delay anymore. You guys can talk about how to massage that or any other questions you have. We do have John Martin and both John and Bob here. I did let you know what our current debt is and when it will mature. As you know, we have 2 bonds that are rolling off in 24 and 25 respectively. So that puts us in a pretty good position there as well. John, do you want to jump in and just talk about what the city's financial position is like, what our capacity for debt is?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take that. Cynthia, thank you. Good evening, council. I'm John Martin at Hilltop Securities. Thanks for having me here tonight. The city's in a great financial shape in terms of being at a spot to be able to issue debt and take advantage of the low interest rate environment we're experiencing these days. There are 2 pieces. You all talked about wastewater and increasing those wastewater rates a little earlier, and your water and sewer, if you will. That's one side that is a revenue source that can be used to repay debt. Currently, all your debt is on the ad valorem INS tax side, so it all flows that way. And you can pay your water and sewer debt from your ad valorem tax if you'd like. Normally, good business practice is that projects that are financed with water and sewer should be repaid from water and sewer. General fund type projects such as city halls and general government type purpose should be paid from ad valorem taxes. Kind of a word to all that in terms of why would you borrow, and not pay cash and that sort of thing. I mean, I know you all aren't sitting on a big pile of money, and maybe the thought would be on a very conservative basis that well, let's work through this and try to build up a savings account and really try to tighten our belts over the next few years to get to a point to be able to afford some of these projects, or maybe not have to borrow as much, which is admirable. The problem is that with these crazy low interest rates, particularly right now, the rate of inflation is going up faster than these cost of borrowing. So from a business standpoint, it makes more sense to take advantage of it today. If you try to set aside for 5 or 10 years, you're going to find yourself looking at a project that costs twice as much, and all of a sudden you get to the end and think you've got the money for the project, and you don't. You're still way far away. So that's why the federal government gave municipalities such as yours the ability to borrow on a tax-exempt basis. So in other words, the interest to the investor is exempt from federal income tax, which results in a lower interest rate than taxable rates that like corporations pay and that sort of thing, and what you and I could go to the bank and borrow for. So much more attractive in nature. What we had looked at was the idea of in some of the projects under consideration. Cynthia mentioned the Texas Water Development Board is an option there, and they have great rates available. Their state revolving fund program is hovering around a little less than 1.5% these days. But if we do not qualify, if we do not get under the program, the state revolving fund SRF program, we have to look at other means that you refer to, other options. The Water Development does have what's called the Development Fund or defund program, and those rates are just slightly higher than 2%. So still very, very attractive in the overall scheme of things, very low cost of borrowing. On the ad valorem side, if you're looking at some of these things, that going back and revoting City Hall, those types of things are going with a whole new package to the voters. The nice thing about that is you all are in a great spot because your debt just really drops off the table in the next 3 years. So you're going to be in a very attractive you're in a very attractive spot right now to where you can afford to do some of these things that have been deferred for so many years, and it's a great time to be able to take advantage of getting caught back up. So that's all I got.
Are there any questions for John at all?
Good couple.
John, this is Sam Eason.
Hey,
Just
Sam.
to reiterate, so you're telling me that now is the time to borrow? That
yeah.
This is not the time to wait and build out a building later and redo a building later. That this is the time to do it. Rates are where we want them to be, and
rates are where you want them to be, Sam. And there's another thing, if you guys have been involved in any construction projects or tried to buy just about anything, materials for your home, or you might have trouble finding them, or find that you feel like you're getting gouged in price for some of those things. So, concrete's more expensive, wood's more expensive, and that's, that's part COVID, part Snowmageddon, all kinds of things that have led to these increased costs of goods and materials and so forth. So, yes, Sam, it's a great time. All those things come together to make for a really good time to borrow money.
Thank you.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I'm not in favor for the bonds, so they're trying to convince me. But you did have my ears when you said the old City Hall. If we did that on there, the debt would fall off in 3 years. So if you could explain that just a little bit more, because I'm in favor for fixing up our old City Hall.
So the way that your debt portfolio, you've got 3 pieces of debt outstanding right now, and the payments on those are just under $500,000 a year through 2023, and then that goes to about $400,000 in 24 and 25, and then it just drops down to $170,000. So you really have a window that drops off, almost $300,000 over the next few years. That provides really a window where you could have really minimal impact to the taxpayer and be able to get these done because we can structure the debt where you could have an interest only a couple of years. I mean, it's a long-term asset that you're financing, so it's not like you're financing equipment or something like that for 20, 25 years. So, you maybe have a 17-year amortization after some of this debt goes away, and that way your impact on your citizens and taxpayers is a lot less.
Okay. Well, thank you so much with that one, because I'm not in favor of doing the $7 million bond like what they presented to the voters last time. So thank you so much for that information. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
John?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Tell me, is it possible as we look at the two options, I don't know if you have access to the agenda item H packet
I
material.
do.
Okay, I'm on page 55 of 92. Okay, and number 2, it says city facilities, the 2 potential options, and one was municipal complex, et cetera. The other was old city hall, et cetera.
Mhm.
Can we do a single bond that does the municipal complex, the fire department, et cetera, everything becoming ADA compliant, and put refurbishing the old city hall on the same bond? Can that be on one bond?
Well, you can have that all in one election. Bob Dransfield, I think.
That's not what I said.
I'm sorry.
I said one bond, not one election, one bond.
Bob can speak to that.
So if good evening, everybody. This is Bob Dransfield with Norton Rose Fulbright, your bond lawyer. And so if the question is, can you put it in one proposition?
Yes.
Then the question may be tricky because you can only have one purpose for proposition. So you can have a municipal government complex. So you kind of think about that as everything under one roof, if you will, or at least on one campus. But normally you're going to have separate propositions for separate purposes. So if you're going to say we're going to do City Hall, that's one, and the fire department is 2 and the police department is 3, or in many cities, police and fire are combined as a public safety department, that could be 2. But you can't have one big general proposition. So when you look at school districts, for example, and school districts can do school building bonds, and they can do a lot of things under that general category of school building bonds, but they have a different statutory makeup than cities do. So in the last legislative session, the one that's not the one that's going to end on Monday, but the one before, they put things in there, for example, for schools that now have to go, if you're going to do a stadium or, a place where you're going to have citizens sitting for more than 1,000 people, you've got to separate that as a separate proposition. In the older days, you could make that all as one school building bond. Cities, though, have always had to deal with, you can't have multiple purposes in the same proposition. So you couldn't have, for example, parks and city hall in the same purpose, or parks, public safety and city hall. You can do a municipal government complex, and within that government complex, you can house different departments, if you will, and that's pretty typical of any city. But you've got to be very careful about what you're going to combine. So you can't necessarily have one big proposition that kind of covers everything that you might want to do.
So I can't have a single proposition that is municipal facilities that includes the municipal complex. And we only I'm referring to the building as the old city hall, okay? But that's to identify the building. I'm not using that as a purpose, right? Because we may still use it. We may be used as old city hall. We may put city hall in the new municipal complex. But the purpose would be to refurbish and rebuild the municipal buildings.
Well,
I'm saying, is there a way we can word it where we can do both?
Well, I'm concerned that the answer is going to be no, only because if you think about municipal buildings, what can that include? Well, it can include city hall building, it can include a police building, it can include a fire building, it can include a service center, it can include any number of different things. And that's the purpose that the statutes are designed to kind of force you to say, be specific as it relates to the purpose. And you can't combine multiple purposes into one proposition. So, it's a little bit of a facts and circumstances, but as what you've just outlined to me, I think it'd be very difficult, for example, to get the Attorney General's office to concur that you could combine that into one big proposition. So logic would say, well, gosh, let's just do a municipal facilities and we'll bring up everything up to speed. But you can see that municipal facilities are what? Well, if you define those in any number of different ways. And so that's the concern that you have when you're trying to put a lot of things, if you will, in one proposition. Generally, the statutes are predisposed to preclude you from doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I'd love to give you a different answer, but you still have to get these things approved by the Attorney General's office as well as the voters.
So that answers me. since I want the old city hall and they want the big municipal complex, we can't have both on the bond for the election.
Well, you can have them as separate propositions, but I don't think you could have them as one proposition.
Right.
So we could put the municipal complex and the fire department and the community center at that facility and everything we talked about there as one proposition. And we could have another proposition, which would be to refurbish the old city hall.
Yeah, because as you're suggesting, Mr. Easton, I mean, that's just a name or a label of a building. The
That's
use,
right.
the use may not change, but it's going to be different than the municipal complex, if you will. So, you know, the municipal complex is now going to be, at least as I understand it, you know, a facility or, you know, that's kind of got a lot of different component parts, but it's still just a municipal government complex. Independent of that is going to be with the old city hall, and that you would like to redo, and then we'll figure out what purpose you're going to use that old city hall building for. But those could clearly be, I mean, there's no limit on how many propositions you can put to the voters, what you all politically want to do. But you just can't have one, you know, the concept generally is oriented, you can't force them to take the good and the bad. So if a public safety proposition in some cities is very popular, and you also have a dog catcher facility that you can't put them together and say, we're going to force you to get the dog catcher facility because everybody's going to vote for the police. And that's just the concept of putting those two together.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Bob, well, as long as you're on the hot seat, so one of the things, you know, they looked at, I mean, there's several items as I talked about. So, you know, the West wastewater treatment plant at all, I'll say, and the capital improvements there. And that would be more of a revenue bond on the water, wastewater side. But then, you know, 2 potential options for city facilities, streets, equipment. Again, that would be on the water, wastewater side. Can you speak to if here's one scenario, let's say the council's like, okay, let's let the citizens decide, we're going to put them as separate propositions on the ballot. Let's say they all passed. When, and I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but the council is not obligated to spend those funds at any certain time. I mean, other than like within 10 years, I believe is what, 10 or 15 years. So they wouldn't have to issue that debt all at one time. At that point, they could say, okay, we need to do this.
That's exactly right. So the concept is you're going to the voters to get authorization to make improvements in a time and amount and at a cost that you all deem as the council appropriate. So you're going to exercise your discretion as to determining when, if ever, you take that voter authorization and go issue the debt. So as John alluded to earlier, I mean, this is from a debt issuance perspective, interest rates are very attractive, historically speaking. But if you go to the voters and just take a round number and say it's $5 million proposition, or maybe $2 $5 million, the numbers really don't make any difference. But what you're doing, the voters are saying, we're authorizing you as the council to use your discretion as to when and if you're going to issue the debt. And the things that you will take into consideration at that time are going to be things like, do we need it? Is it the right time financially to do this? Are there other things that are impacting our finances citywide? So it is just thought of as an authorization capacity and gives the council members the discretion to determine when there's obviously a political ramification. You never issue the debt. You went to the voters and got that, and you never do anything. That's just, you don't have to do anything. You can let those things that there is a general rule of thought that if you issue debt and you have done nothing with any of that debt for a number of years, and that's, it used to be 10 and now it's probably a little bit longer than that, and it's maybe even not even existent today, but the Attorney General's office used to take the view that, you know, if you had done zero, you've done nothing, you hadn't issued any of the debt and so on, and now you're 15 years into the process and you now have to come back and use that voter authorization, You'd never talked about it before. You hadn't kept it in your official statements. You hadn't done any referencing to it. They might say, well, 2 years ago, the voters decided that. You haven't done anything with it. It becomes a little stale. And sometimes in the past, they have refused to do bonds that have had that kind of a staleness to it. I would suggest to you that's softened quite a bit now because they don't have that same standard for a lot of other types of issues like water districts.
Yeah, excuse me, Bob. We've got somebody with an open mic or something. Would everybody please mute what they've got where we can hear Mr. Dransfield? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So you know, it's just, Cynthia, you're right. You're just getting capacity or authority from the citizens to go forward and spend money. Then you all as council members will decide when's the right time to do that and how much of that authorization you want to use and make the decision that's based on what the circumstances are for you at that particular time.
Well, and it's like, I mean, whether it's a school board, Northwest ISD, I mean, they just had a bond. It's highly unlikely they're going to issue all of the debt they've been authorized to issue at one time. You know, you have counties that do bond projects for roads, and they might get the authorization to do $200 million for various road projects, but it might not happen all at one time. They can look at their financial condition and phase it as appropriate.
It's pretty typical to think of this concept as a multiple year capital improvements authorization, if you will, and whether it's a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, whatever that is. And over that period of time, you'll evaluate your needs and see what's the right time, if there is the right time, to issue that debt.
Michelle, tonight.
Sorry. Well, the interest rates, if we decide that we delay the loan, the interest rates will take effect whenever we decide that. So like you're saying, how the interest rates are low right now, if we wait another 2 or 3, 4 years, whatever, it will be those interest rates then, not, we can't lock in these interest rates.
That's correct. At the time you sell bonds.
You don't have to start paying anything back because you haven't issued any debt. So it's only after the time that you have used that voted authorization that the clock starts ticking to pay it back. But until it's in the kind of authorized but unissued category, you don't have, there's no financial obligation to the city at that point in time. And just a reminder that, you know, that you only have, in today's law, only 2 times to go to the voters, either in the May date or the November date. So, you know, you can't go just kind of whenever you want.
Well, and just as a point of reference, yes, to your point, Councilmember Tai, if that was just in the eventuality, if you guys were going to look at these projects that are before you, and you're like, well, I think maybe we do need to look at the wastewater project. We do need to do something for facilities and maybe streets and the equipment and maybe parks, and then see what the voters give you authorization to do. And at that point, you would, you know, prioritize how you were going to implement those. So that's kind of what I was trying to get to with that. The other thing is just keeping in mind that it is common, and I know you guys have already been through this, although it was a failed bond, it is common to operate on OPCs, so opinions of probable cost. You know, we had that opinion of a probable cost as, you know, 4.8 for the municipal bond. Had it passed, and if we would have bid it out, maybe it would have come in at 4 million. You know, just like with the East Wastewater Treatment Plant, we were thinking it was going to be 2.3. It came in at 1.9. So their estimates, and then we get a little bit more narrowed once we get through the bond and we actually bid it out, right? We get the design, and then we have the design for the municipal complex, by the way. Although we would have to revise it as a reminder if you were doing the adjustments as you guys have talked about. And then you would go out for bid on those designs. So at this time, I mean, just as a reminder, staff is just really whatever you guys decide on some of these big ticket items need to be factored in to the regular budget, right? From an INS debt perspective. So that's really why I'm trying to, and we do have a timeline as well, and you guys have that in your packet. If you were to call an election, we know it's mid-August that we've got to call that election by for a November election. So staff is really just kind of looking for y'all's direction on that. We did not talk about streets very much, so I don't know if anybody has any questions or if you would like to get more detail on that. And I know we're going to talk about that later, but this is just on this portion of what we presented. Sean did present some of this information, a lot of this information in the budget workshop as well. Did you want me to go through that?
Cynthia, actually, on the streets that are listed, are one of them, Morris, is the one I'm going to be addressing this evening. So I think instead of going over this, if you want to come back to that at a later date, because a lot of those are actually in Old Town Rome. So looking at those, I was a little taken back. So I think if you just want to hold off on those.
Well, we can come back to it, but let me at least explain it. So,
I mean, go ahead and explain it because it's on my agenda. So,
well, you guys in the budget workshop, you had talked about potentially going out to the voters with the bond for roads, and so that I was just going to explain some of the details of what that would look like.
Cynthia, go ahead.
Councilmember Priest has her hand up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Elaine.
That's fine. I just wanted somebody, either John or Bob or Cynthia or somebody, to speak to the process that is needed to have estimated costs, to determine what those bond amounts might be versus how we actually get to competitive bids. It's my understanding that as city and a municipality, that we can't go out and get competitive bids before we actually have the money in hand. And some people, it's that's why I'm wanting clarification for myself, but I still think that there is a group of folks who believe that we need to base our bond on competitive bids on the front side, and I don't think we're allowed to do that. And so if somebody could speak to that, about how municipalities have to structure the bond before and then get the money, so that we can, or authorize to get the money so that we can go to competitive bids. So if somebody would clarify that, I would feel better.
I mean, well, I'll jump in, and then if, actually Kyle's on the phone, and I think, he could probably jump in and just review the process that we had for the East Wastewater Treatment Plant. But it's very common, and John and Bob, you can confirm or deny, but it's very common that when you are preparing a bond package, you are getting opinions of probable cost. So you've got people that know what what the market is, and they know their business, and they make an estimate. Sometimes it's always based on the current market, but it's usually an industry standard. There's a lot of factors that go into that, and I'm not a mathematician to, talk about that, but you're not going to go into a bond knowing exactly what that cost is. You're going to get an OPC for that. After you get authorization for that bond, you get the design, and then you bid it out, and then those bids come back in, and you see where you landed. You always want to, you'd never want to be in the position where it's like, okay, we think the probable cost is going to be 3 million, and you get authorization from the voters because you did a GO, and you get to the end of the day and it's actually 4 million when you go out and bid it out and those bids come back. So in essence, most times the opinion of probable cost is going to aim high. Like we've been talking about with Kim, she put almost $1 million contingency in that original municipal complex bond. Kyle, do you want to kind of speak to that? Just in your experience, we did have that experience with the East Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Yeah, so with the East Wastewater Treatment Plant, we actually got lucky because the construction costs came in lower. And so it's important that the bond is written in a way that you can use the money for other infrastructure that would be associated with that as well. So like in that case, it wasn't specific to the East Wastewater Treatment Plant, but it was specific to sanitary sewer infrastructure. And so it's, like Cynthia mentioned, these are planning level estimates, and so there are contingency amounts, usually somewhere in the 20% range that we add on to those estimates to make sure that you're covering your bases. And then you also have any design fees related to that as well that would be included in those. So, but they are typically overshot to make sure that, because you only get one chance to go out for it, that you have the correct funds in place in order to properly cover the infrastructure.
So to continue with my question then, so we come up with the bond, we come up with as broad a description as we can. We have this contingency or padding in the bond. But then when we go to actual bids, competitive bids, and let's be optimistic that it's somewhat less than that, then we don't necessarily have to take the entire bond, do we? Only the part that we need? How does that work?
Right. So Ms. Priest, if I could, maybe I can try to clarify that for you. Again, this is Bob Dransfield speaking. So again, what you're going to get is authorization for a certain project. And let's just take an example. Let's just say you've got $2 million of streets in this illustration. And it's very broad. And so the voters give you $2 million of authority to go forward with streets. And you say, well, we now have identified the streets that we're going to do, and you've gotten an indication of what the cost is going to be, and you've gone out for the bid process, and it comes in at $1.5 million. You haven't issued at that point in time $2 million worth of bonds because you haven't had to issue any bonds at that point. But then you say, okay, we're going to need to have a bond authority to pay for these costs we have on the horizon. So you would issue $1.5 million out of that $2 million authorization that you had, and you'd let your contracts for expenditure purposes at that point in time. So what the concept you're talking about is rooted in the Constitution, obviously, where you're going to say, for you to enter into a contract, you ought to have the money before you enter into the contract. Well, and that's what you're doing. Getting the voted authorization to have access to money is different than having to actually spend the money. So that's all you're really doing here is you're trying to get voted authorization to have the capacity, after you get all the other factors together, to decide then to spend the money. So in our example, you've gone through the process, you've gotten your cost determined. You say, okay, now we think it's going to cost us, we're ready to do these street improvements, and we're going to go out there and access the market and see what it's going to cost. And you very likely would say, okay, we're going to have a pretty good idea of what the cost is before you issue the bond. So you know exactly how many bonds out of that voted authorization you're going to issue for that particular project component. And I hope that's responsive to your question, but that's kind of the concept that should be in the back of your head, I would think. And if I've confused you all the more, I'm happy to try to confuse them even still, but I'm trying my best to give you a good answer.
Well, I wanted, including myself, I wanted to have a clear understanding that when you do get the authorization, as you do put that out for election, that yes, it's an inflated, we're hoping it's an inflated number. And that doesn't mean that we are going to actually spend all of that. We're not going to go through the bond process and necessarily spend it all. It may be that we find a more economical way, because ultimately that money has to be paid back, and ultimately we all have to pay for it. And so I just wanted there to be clarification that it's not the same. It's not set up the way as your house. If you've got a wastewater problem at your house, you call a plumber, and the plumber comes in, tells you what's wrong and how much. And that's not how it works with the city. And so you say, go ahead and fix it, and let me write you a check. I mean, that's how it works in homes, but that's not how it works in the city. And I think there's some, at times, it's been hard for folks to understand that we are trying to do our best to meet the requirements of the process that we, as a city, we have to follow.
Yes, ma'am. And that's certainly one of the things that we will try to be helpful to everybody in making sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed as you go through that process. And you have oversight as well from the Attorney General's office that looks at your election process as well as when it comes time to issue debt. You'll have to approve that issuance of debt. But
does anybody have any more questions? Well, okay, Michelle.
So bottom line, someone tell me what the estimated cost this is going to be for the citizens through taxes, what that tax rate increase might be?
Cynthia, this may be your area. Once we know the amount, and then there's a formula that you'll be putting to. Sam, you've got questions too, or answers?
Well, I'm hoping I have an answer, Michelle. Last week, Cynthia was saying that it would be 10 cents per $100 valuation of your home. And that comes out to, I believe, about $100 per $100,000 valuation of your home per year.
Okay, but after these other bonds get off, does it go back down? What happens at that point?
Well, that would be up to our discretion. That after we pay off the bond, I would hope that the city council would then reduce the tax rate and no longer be taxing the citizens at that additional rate to pay off the bond. But the city council is not required to do that. They could leave the tax rate where it is.
But normally, Cynthia, you may have this answer. Would you not look at that as you do budget? There's formulas, and if it's X, it's this, and adjust it up or down and recommend that to the council.
Right. I mean, every year you're going to be looking at that. And just for clarification, that 10 cents that I was referencing, that was actually on the prior municipal bond complex. That was the estimated impact to the INS tax rate for the citizens. Now, yes, as you go forward every year, we are in an area that is growing. And so there's so many things that go into the calculation of that tax rate. But as you add new value to the tax rolls, ideally that tax rate goes down. And then you look at the balance between the M&O rate, right? I mean, our rate right now is 0.477694 per 100 valuation, but that's divided between the INS side and the M&O side. And so as you go forward, that's going to change due to the new value that comes on to the tax roll, the new growth or the increase in value.
I just know that citizens will want to know, like, how much are my taxes going to go up? That's
That's the first question usually that anybody asks is personal. How much is it going to affect me?
Yeah, John.
Yeah, if I could offer up, I'd be more than happy to provide, try to provide a summary page for you all that would give you ideas of different size bond issues, like what it would look like, years 1 through 5 kind of thing, when you tie that in to your existing debt and show what happens when it's rolling off. So you all a better illustrative example for you guys to be able to see, and kind of a cheat sheet, if you will.
Yes, Ashley.
Michelle, to help you out, ours is 0.477694. Newark's is 0.526499. Now, don't mark my words. This is kind of, I pulled up. And Boyd's is 0.635877. So we are low compared to our next door neighbors. So, but don't quote me on any of that. I'm just kind of, what I pulled up off the internet. So,
well, we have that chart for you. We've given that chart of the tax comparison rates, the tax rates comparison in the county like cities, also your tax rate over time. So we have that chart. We've given it to you. We can give it to you again. But as John said, as we move forward, once we get information from you all and how you want to move forward, then we can come back to you and say, okay, this is what it would look like, and have more definitive answer for you, council member Ty, and probably mayor and council members and citizens for that matter.
Well, I just pulled that up before this meeting real quick, so just what I would know for myself. So that's the reason why I said that. It was in a rush.
And there will be also financial disclosures that have to be made at the time that you do the election. They're estimates because you don't know what the interest rates are, so you have just a round idea as to what that's going to be. But there will be some refinement of that as you get ready to issue bonds, assuming that you A, call an election, and B, the propositions pass. But the state law now requires you to make some certain financial disclosures, if you will, so people can have some idea with that. And I would also suspect that either directly or through some political action committee or something, there'll be information, voter education type information that'll address a lot of those things with more detail. That would say an average home in the city of Rome of X and the impact on the tax rate is going to be Y. Be very surprising to me, quite honestly, if that doesn't happen.
Anybody else? Well, Mr. Dransville and John, we appreciate your information. Heaven only knows what we're going to do with it now, but we will need to discuss what's going on.
We're happy to help in any way we can. I know John and I both stand available to you.
And that we do certainly appreciate. So are we to have any more discussion? We're not to the point of voting on anything at this point.
Well, I would remind you of the timeline. You guys have the information, so I would say in the next council meeting, I need this information for budgetary purposes. So we can't wait till August. So I'm going to need direction from you all to be able to give you a preliminary budget in the first part of July.
I think we're also going to need from you, Cynthia, and it's going to be a good guess, but what are they going to come up and say? If we do X, it's going to cost X. If we just do, like Ashley said, the old city hall and bring it back to life, and we do one, where's that money coming from? In other words, I think we need to know a good estimate of what it's going to take, say the fire station or any of them, to bring them into code compliance. I don't think we have that. Am I missing something? Yes,
Well,
Michelle.
I was also going to ask, so if we do go out for the bond and it's, say it's for City Hall and for the bring the buildings up to code, we can't do those two things on the same bond then, is that correct?
Well, they're
Can
not
be
gonna,
done on different propositions, A and B, if you will,
It has
and
to,
it would be voted separately.
okay.
In other words, you either vote yay or nay for item 1, yay or nay for item 2.
Just as you do have information on that summary chart. The only thing that is not on there that I will add, I've added verbally, is on option 1. It is $5.760 million, $5.7 million. So you do have those estimates there. You do have the estimates for the West Wastewater Treatment Plant. That's at 5.8. On the revenue bond side, on the water wastewater side, along with the backhoe, dump truck, work truck, that is 244,000. Now, if you're asking, what I can do is get with John and get those scenarios and an estimated tax impact. Again, I have to remind you, these are estimated. So they're always going to be OPCs. They're always going to be opinions of probable cost. But we have gotten with various folks on the bond. I got with Kim Dowdy. And so we do have some pretty good, and of course, Kimley Horn has given us the information on the West wastewater improvements. Public Works Director has given you the figures on the roads that you have there on that chart. So you actually do have those. If you're asking for the tax impact, I can get with John and get those to you.
Ashley?
Can we discuss this in executive session? Okay. So, because
I mean, you could go into executive session if you have a legal question, but you haven't posed any legal question.
Yeah. So, okay. Go ahead, Sam. Let me think about it.
Okay. Sam?
Thank you. I've been listening through this whole thing, and it seems to me John sold me. Peace, Ashley. John sold me the whole idea that these rates are as low as we can reasonably expect them to be. That if there are things that we need to do, this is the time to do them. It's time. The time is here. The time is now. I'm also looking at this chart on the schedule that's on page 56 of 92. And this is, I think Cynthia's not, she referred to it, but she didn't sit there and say, basically we should be on fire right now. If we're going to pull the trigger on any one of these, we need to pull that trigger and we need to do it now so that we can be on this schedule. We don't want to do something and then all of a sudden find out that we're overtaken by a calendar. So again, I look at these and I look at number 1, right? We've got the West Wastewater and Treatment Plant water improvements. The cost is 5.8 million, but that would be paid for by those rates that we were talking about earlier this evening. So that's going to end up being paid for. That's not something that's going to come out of the tax dollars. I mean, that's not going to be an increase in property taxes. I look at the city facilities, and I think I'd like to do both option 1 and part of option 2. I'd like to do option 1, and then I would also like to refurbish, and I believe it's what, 100 First Street. I'm going to quit calling it Old City Hall and call it 100 First Street. Refurbish that building.
105 First.
Thank you. 105 First Street. That we should refurbish that. I know with number 3, the streets. Well, I don't think of those as health issues. I think of the first 2 as including health issues because of getting it ADA compliant and electrical and fire code. But I think of the streets, again, John sold me. I was going to not be in favor of the streets, but I'm in favor of the streets too. A potential bond on that. Number 4, that equipment for public works. Again, that cost is also going to be covered by the rate increase we discussed earlier. So to me, that's I mean, 1 and 4 doesn't seem to be a big issue. I think the only one that's a question is the parks, the $150,000 that we would need for the parks. But I mean, I don't know. John sold me. I mean, I understand what interest rates are. I understand that 1.5% is close to nothing. I remember back in the what was the late 70s, people were getting home loans for 18%, and he's now talking 1.5%, and that just seems like something we need to jump on as fast as we can, and we get those loans and we get this stuff going as fast as we can. Anybody else?
Elaine?
Yeah, I'd just like to go back in time just a little bit. I'll try not to make this one of my sermons, but I just think it's important that, especially since we've got a different mayor and we've got 2 different council people that weren't on the city council 2 years ago or whenever we began this process of preparing for this. I want to remind everybody that there were all kinds of workshops, there were all kinds of surveys that set out what it was that the city said they wanted to do for themselves. And then when we began to evaluate the buildings and look at growth, one of the things that Kim Dowdy did was to sit down with staff. She sat down and she talked to them about what their needs were to do, or are to do their jobs. What kind of space, what kind of security, what kind of technical support, all of those things, what kind of room. They considered and talked about the size of staff in the upcoming years, because part of the planning process of this was what was going to be adequate, not just for today, but because growth was at that time coming soon. Now it's imminent. Now it is knocking on our door, and I literally watch the big equipment working right outside my back door. I don't have to go far to see it on the horizon. So Kim Dowdy did her work. She did what she needed to do. We got the staff involved, whether it was the police department, whether the fire department, whether it was any of the administrative staff, public works were involved. They talked about what it was they needed to do our jobs. and what kind of space we were going to need in the very near future. And so as we looked at that and we looked at the buildings and the facilities that we already had and the ones that were used, the difficulty with First Street was that it was not adequate for growth. And so that's one of the reasons we leaned toward looking at the school building. It gave us a way to get the police department out of that unsavory situation that that building is in, which then may give us the opportunity to sell that property, and it can become a hot property just because of its commercial setting and its relation to some other things that are hopefully coming to our community. And so I know that not everybody understands that that was a big piece, a big portion of the plan that we're coming up with, that we came up with then, and it is still relevant today. And we shouldn't lose sight of that the growth that we have is right in front of us. The city staff is in a situation where there's hardly room, and that's not going to change. You know, we need to add people. Same thing with Public Works. And so all of these buildings, all of the research, all of that stuff has already been done. And it's not maybe apparent to everybody that that has been the case. So we also looked at this as if we could get as many departments under one roof. Any builder will tell you that when you can get have a larger building and maybe multiple floors, if you're building a personal home, you know that the cost is going to be to reconstruct, to remodel, the efficiency with heat and air, the efficiency with electricity, all those kinds of things. Anytime you can consolidate the roof situation, then you are going to have a lesser cost per square foot for the ongoing need. And so that's what we were also trying to do, was we can truly, if we want to look at it, we can look at doing several things. We can look at rooftops. So the fire department and what we call the community thing, it's all under one roof. If we go with the remodeling the original old school building, many departments under one roof. And then we have Public Works under one roof. We could sell the police department. We can look at another purpose for First Street property, or if worse gets to worse, sell it. But what Rome doesn't need is to have empty buildings sitting there. Our ability to sell the old school building is remote because it's attached to so many other pieces of that property that we have. So I pulled up what is on First Street, and I pulled up the police department as potential, as we look at our options, what their assessed value is. It is not a real estate appraisal. It is the assessed value. And the assessed value on First Street is $193,000. And the assessed value for the police department is $156,000. That doesn't mean we couldn't sell them for more, but that is yet another way to generate some revenue to cut down on some of the size of the bond. Now, I will also ask you to consider that we've already talked about what we, how we value and how we can use the property on First Street. It may not, and I know that there's some restrictions got to do with that well that's behind First Street. There's fire lanes. There's all kinds of things that building we have to think about, and there's hardly any room for parking now. It is probably not the best facility for a future city hall, because of the lack of space, the lack of parking, because of the effect of that well that's sitting back there and the restrictions that are implied because of that. And so I just want us to not lose sight of that. And just remember the cost for use, the plan that we've been talking about is not just a short-term deal. It is a long-term deal. And so we are looking at getting these facilities up where we don't have to expand facilities for the next 10 to 15 years. And that's the mistake we don't want to make, that we've made in Rome in the past, is to Band-Aid, is to be short-sighted. And we have to change that approach to good business. The opportunity to get something, to get this money at a low interest rate is not going to last. The longer we wait, the more it's going to cost. We waited, we didn't pass the bond the last time, and what has it done? It's increased in cost. And that's not going to change. That is a fact of life. Prices don't go down, they go up. And so I just want us to not be short-sighted, not look for Band-Aids. We have the opportunity to make this change, systemic change in our approach to business in Rome. We have this opportunity. And but I also just want to reassure everybody that Kim Dowdy did her work, and even more important than that, she has a personal interest. She is a former student of the school. She went to school there, and I think it's a fantastic thing for a former student of the Rome School, and then we're talking about following what citizens said they wanted to do, which is to save those buildings, to have her grow up, educate, and become an architect, and have the opportunity to provide this service to our school, to our old school building. It's just an amazing thing. And I just want you to know that that's who she is and that she cares about Rome. So I thank her for her work. That's it.
Okay, anybody else?
I do.
Ashley?
Okay. Couple of things. I wasn't happy with the last one. Still not happy with it. I wasn't happy. I know, Elaine, you were very happy with Kim's work. I wasn't. So I don't think with what the drawings were and everything and how that did not pass prior, I think with going back to the architect, going back to her, maybe she could. I know that what if it was 150,000, or if I don't know exactly the amount that we've already paid her, we should use her again or find a new architect. But that's beside the point. So if the bond does pass, if we decide to go with it, but I want to have a few questions. Are these exactly, if we vote on these tonight, is this exactly what it would be as the wastewater treatment plant, the facilities, and the Morris Street Redbud, and then the backhoe? Is this exactly what y'all would like tonight, or would we change it at a later date? Like what Sam was talking about to put on the bond.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but yes, I mean, when it comes to the West Wastewater Treatment Plant, those things are very specifically identified and were included in our PIF submission to the Texas Water Development Board. So that's very specific, as is number 4, the backhoe, dump truck, and work truck, and those again are on the wastewater side.
Okay.
When it's talking about facilities, we're looking for direction from you all on how you want to proceed forward. So yes, the way we laid it out, the way staff laid it out after all of our conversations over the last 6-7 months, is coming back down to revoting the municipal complex We would change out that fire department facade for the code compliance improvements to the interior of fire department and public works, keeping in mind that pretty much all of the city departments are going to be under one roof at that point in time. Option 2 for city facility, and that is, as Councilmember Priest pointed out, probably a longer term. Right now, before that bond was 4.8, with the revisions that you all talked about last week that staff incorporated. I went to Kim, I did get updated OPMs from her. And I heard somebody say 20%, I believe it was Kyle Weldon, and that's exactly what it is adding on 20% to that $4.8 million. Given that you're switching out the facade of the fire department for the code compliance interior items, and that takes that to 5.76 is what I pointed out to you. The other option, it is a package. I will say the way they're presented tonight is a package. So that's more, long-term and holistic. On option 2, it's the old city hall, given understanding that that's then where city administration would be. And you would bring all the other 5 facilities up to code, along with some minor cosmetic improvements. That is probably a shorter term solution. And that estimate, again, they're all OPCs, opinions of probable cost, based on the current market conditions at approximately $2 million. And then the order that they are in is what staff understands the priority order of the council is. So I think everybody's pretty much in agreement that 1, 2, 3, and 4 are on the list. It's a question of, do you want option 1 or 2 for the facilities? And if you give us direction on one or the other, then we can come back. And, I can get with John and say, okay, what does this look like? What's a scenario that this looks like for the impact to our citizens and the tax rate? And, we can do that, but, we are on, the clock is ticking as it has been, and we're on a timeline. So, and not only for the bond, I will put this out there, not only for the bond election, so mid-August, we've got to have it ready to go for November, but also for staff to complete the budget and present it to you in the first part of July.
But I think with the backhoe, the dump truck, and the work truck, Sean, I think we need to look at our other, for the, not just the public works, but I know looking at the reports from Fitch, and he's also wanting something and to go into our budget. I think we need to look at what the other departments want, not just one. So I think, like I said last week, we need to sit down and we need to discuss this together instead of just making a decision in front of Bob and John, and that we need to figure out, okay, what is it that we want? What are what the police and fire and public works want. I'm not ready to make a decision tonight, and I hope that we can all, wait till next council meeting and all be ready at next council. But this is huge. I don't think we're going to get this to pass the 5 million. They didn't go for it this last time, and we didn't have a big turnout for this last election. I mean, we had the lowest turnout, and when this is the only thing, for the voters to come out and vote for this, I don't see it passing.
Well, let me just address a couple of those things, Councilmember Majors, and
please help me.
I understand what you're saying. What I would point out is that right now, this was meant to be a summary of those big ticket items from the budget workshop that we talked about, where we saw all the department needs. Now, that's not to say that there's not needs on fire or police or admin, right, for that matter. But again, the direction was there's only so much we can do. These are the bigger ticket items. When it comes to, you talk about the backhoe dump truck and work truck, those are, again, there's a difference between the general fund and the water wastewater fund. So even though I would love to be able to do, I mean, you know, there's other needs we talked about in, you know, and I'd love to be able to recommend that we do all of them, but that's where we're saying those decisions have to be made. But from this perspective, on 1 and 4, those are on the water wastewater side. Fire department's on the general fund side. So that's a different animal when you're talking about, you know, that. Now, you know, I'm open. I mean, it's up to you. You guys have had all the information, but this is kind of my summary of what I was understanding where the council was leaning towards.
Correct. And I think from last week to this week, and I think for having Bob and John, you know, giving us insight on, you know, the prices and just, you know, we can't have it in, you know, on the splitting up the bonds options and everything. I think we need a little time to research to put it on the next agenda, I think. And then, you know, it's a long night. So thank you, Bob and John, but I make a motion that we push this into the next council meeting. So I think that would just, and then that way we have to make a decision. So I make a motion that we table this into the next, till the next council meeting on June, what is it, June 10th?
June 10th.
Yeah. And then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, Sam.
Thank you, Joanne. If I would like to make a decision now as to how we want to move forward. But if we're going to push this to the next meeting, let's not wait till June 10th. Let's do it on June 3rd. Okay.
Should we have a workshop rather than a council meeting? Would that?
What's the difference?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I think the difference is you're not accountable to anybody and you can hang out anything you want. The citizens can come to the workshop and offer, if they have an opinion, they can offer their opinion and we can massage all of this. It's just like, well, for instance, they're saying, again, Bob, what they're calling it, the old city hall. If we're going to encompass a municipal complex, why would we even care at this point about fixing up the old city hall for some unknown, you know, we don't have that kind of money if we're not going to utilize it for a city hall. That's my personal opinion. But well, what is the difference, Cynthia, in a workshop and a council meeting?
Cynthia, let me jump in there on that one. There is no legal distinction. They are exactly the same. We have to post them exactly the same. We have to have an agenda and we have to have 72 hours notice.
But is it more informal, Carvin, to have a workshop?
It's entirely up to you, Mayor, as the presiding officer, but essentially it's just a one item council meeting. It's still a council meeting.
Okay.
Joanne, you were talking about what if we were going to do the municipal complex, why would we do the building on First Street?
At this time.
I'm going to go back to what John said. It's not going to get cheaper. Interest rates are at the lowest they're going to be. We cannot expect them to ever be lower than this. Having that building is a liability on our books because it's right now it's just a liability to us. And we could get the money now, put it on a bond, let the citizens stay, use the low interest rates, refurbish that building. Okay. It's not going to get cheaper in the future. It's just going to be more expensive in the future.
Well, and I have understood that the attorney group next door to that building, that they had made an offer to buy the building, but I never saw anything on that. So I don't know if that's good Rome rumors or if that really happened. But I guess at some point that building could be sold. But Ashley's got a question, but you're muted, Ashley.
I made a motion that we move it to the 10th. I can't keep meeting every week. So if we can make a motion that we move it to the 10th, then we can just go from there. But a week's not giving enough time just to go on. But I made a motion that we move this and make a final decision. I mean, this is huge for the citizens. We're raising their taxes. And, you know, it gives the citizens, if they have any questions, for our supporters and to reach out to our supporters as well. So move it this to December, to June the 10th, if at all possible. So I make a motion and can
There has not been a second to that motion.
Yeah. Do we have a second? Do not have a second, so the motion will die without a second. Okay, now what? Yes, Elaine.
I'd kind of like to hear from Mr. Dinsmore. He's the department head over facilities, and this falls under his watch, so to speak. And I think the part that I just value his opinion. He's done a lot of research on all of these buildings, and I'm interested to hear what he thinks.
Sean, you're on.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you. Yeah, I think I know Cynthia's kind of touched on it. When we look at these buildings and want to bring them up to code, and as Cynthia stated out, when you get over $50,000, you have then kicks in other things that we have to also bring up, electrical codes and ADA and some other stuff. But same way we do any project, when we spend money, we don't want to spend money that will just only satisfy us for 1 to 2 years. We want to look at when we do some, we want to look at 20 to 25 years even further. As I believe that, Ms. Priest also said, is that Kim Dowdy has done her homework and has talked to the staff. And as we grow, the existing buildings that we are in for the police department and the city hall will not sustain any additional growth. And so the money that we potentially would put into those locations will only last us for 5 to 10 years. And as that good stewards of our money as a as a city, to the citizens, if we do spend $2 million plus to remodel for 2 to 5 years, are we actually spending the tax dollars, the citizens' tax dollars wisely? Or if we spend $5 million for 20 to 25 years, is that more wisely to spend our money? That's what we look at when we start looking at these buildings and projects, on where we want to do these projects. Same way with roads. When we want to truly do a road, we just don't want to throw asphalt down. We want to get to the base of what the cause root of the issue is, and that's sub-base drainage. And that's why these roads just don't cost $50,000 to fix. That's why it costs $500,000 to fix. This is the same way we also look at the buildings. And so when we use citizens' money, we have to be good stewards of it, and we want to use it for the long term. And that's why we was kind of looking at the value of the project, how we can spend the money wisely. And that's when we look at projects and how we go with it.
Okay, Josh.
Mr. Dinsmore, do you know off the top of your head what the square footage is on the current city hall and what it is on the old city hall? For an estimate?
I don't remember.
Cynthia, do you have that? I don't have that pulled up on my computer. My thing is like 1,100 square feet. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Cynthia.
Cynthia, you're on mute.
All right, current city hall is 1,100, I believe, and the old city hall, 105 First Street, is about 2,400 square feet.
Yes, Ashley.
I just wanted to chime in. and say to the previous council, I wish we could have been good stewards with them with money, because that was wasted. In our current city hall that we are in, we have spent 58,000 or 53,000 on concrete, and and to make it ADA compliant, I forget what we have spent, and we rent the building when we could have purchased it for 157,000, and and we lease it. So, and we are talking about repairing our old city hall. That's some of the reasons why we waste money.
My second question to Sean about that is the exterior of that has that well. How is that going to impact the parking and the exterior remodeling on that building?
Yeah, there is what we call a sanitary control easement around that well. It's about 150 feet, I do believe. I don't have the actual ordinance or description of that, but there are certain limitations that you can do within that 150 feet of that easement. There's certain things you can't build. I do believe there can't be a parking lot within so many feet of it. And so we have to be very careful of what we do. And we've already started the processes to gain funding to get that well also back in operation. And so last thing we want to do is cause any issues to hinder that.
Are there other exterior requirements that it's not there now that that building is going to need?
Yeah, there's going to be the fire lane. Again, you really can't expand that building due to the fact between the existing fence to that well to that corner of the building. You have to have a fire lane around it. With you can't really build any more on that to extend that property without hindering the fire access around that building. That will need to be done once you start doing upgrades to that facility. Because again, once we start doing upgrades, you're just going to trigger in what we would require other commercial properties to do, is bring up the fire code, which will include a fire lane and some other items to that building.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ashley.
I'm all for the old city hall. I think that would be an option. And then later on, what maybe possibly, instead of looking at, because I don't think the bond is going to pass for the large municipal complex, for the old school, and maybe later, maybe possibly selling that property and purchasing some land from Rolling V, some commercial land, something, and building, a couple of options. But because that's just something that did not pass before. Even the bond with Northwest ISD and not raising the taxes did not pass in Morris County. So I'm just not for it. I'm for fixing the old city hall, and it's enough room for the for Cynthia and the employees, and then looking at the fire department and the police station and doing something there, but not the municipal complex, because I was not happy with it before, and I argued with her. I wasn't on city council. I was a citizen then. So, Michelle.
Yes, Michelle.
Councilmember Majors, what was it that you didn't like about it? I mean, I didn't know much about it, and I have it in front of me, so I was just trying to figure out what you didn't like about this diagram.
I don't have it in front of me. I wish I would have gotten it out in front of me, so I apologize. I did not like the parking. I think the parking, she might have switched it after a couple of us argued about it. It was one way in, and how it didn't that the senior citizens building was going to be removed. So I don't know if that was changed, but they were going to tear the building down. So that, and didn't like removing all, it was going to be costly for them to take up all of the wood paneling off of the flooring and put it on the walls. So that was pretty costly. And there was I mean, I don't have it. I mean, that was a couple of years ago. But I have extensive notes on it. And every time she spoke on it, I mean, I got up and spoke against it. So I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and we need to look at it before we make a decision. I think we need to all look and to see what Kim presented then. I mean, this is huge for our citizens, and to raise their taxes, and then we say, oh yeah, it's the same thing that, now we're going to throw in the fire department. If they're just not getting a pretty, paint on the outside and a flagpole, we're going to throw it in, and, which is great. They do need it, but it's the same, firm, and it's, it's not. I guess I was the resident then. So I was the one who got out and voted for it. So, and I went to all the city council meetings. But I want to just push it off and listen to our neighbors and hear what they have to say before we before we vote on it. And because if we, see what it was, see what she has, come back to it. So then we go out and talk to our neighbors. Then we can get them to talk to their friends and their neighbors so they can vote yes. Because right now I'm saying no. And then I will talk to my supporters and I will make sure that they say no. So go ahead.
Something Ashley's inferring to here and I didn't bring it with me. I'm not sure what I've done with it. The Northwest bond, whenever it went to Wise County, it was in 4 parts. None of the 4 parts passed. But not only did they not pass, there was a wide river in between the yes and the no's. And I hope I'm wrong, but I'm thinking Ashley may be right on. It will not pass again, and we've spent a lot of money getting it out there.
Right. It hasn't. Things like that don't pass out here. And, and y'all forget that there's a lot of homes coming in, but our schools, there is a lot of people that are on fixed income. I mean, the 2 schools are Title I schools. So when they go out and vote, they think about that. So that's what I kind of always go on and say, hey, there's a lot of people that Title I schools, so you got to think. So please, again, let's think about it, guys.
Yes, Josh.
Thank you. So I just want to remind everyone that as council members, we cannot sway votes one way or another on a bond. So we cannot go out to our supporters and tell them to either vote yes or no. We can give out the factual information and then we allow them to make that decision on their own. We cannot tell them what to do. We've been going over this stuff for months now. We've had the information, we've done the workshops, we've done the meetings. Let's go down this list 1 through 5 and let's start making some decisions on this stuff. Let's move forward and quit talking about everything we've been talking about for months.
Josh, you were correct. I guess I wasn't right. So I agree with you. Sorry, I wasn't right, but I'm ready to move on, and so is Bob and John. So,
Sam,
are we all in agreement on number 1? Yes, for a bond? Can we all agree on number 1? Do we need to vote on each one, Cynthia?
Yes, I think we should.
I don't know that we want to
That would be the best way to do it, to make a motion and a second on the items.
On each one?
Do we want to make a motion on something we don't know what we're talking about?
No.
That bothers me. I mean, I know we might want the bond, we might want this, but until we know how much and what, why would we even want to vote on it now?
I believe that we do know about item number 1. That's what Josh was just bringing up. It's the West Wastewater Treatment Plant and water improvements. The cost estimate in the handouts, $5,821,506.
So number 1 is the west side wastewater, right?
Yeah, go ahead and look at page 55 of 92, Mayor, in your handout.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Okay. And that's what we're going to hopefully deal with, what it's Sylvia called the Texas Water Development Board.
It would be, yes, these are the projects, two projects that were submitted to the Texas Water Development Board. These are in our wastewater water master plan documents. They're in the CIP programs. So those figures are right off the PIF sheets that were submitted to Texas Water Development Board. Their opinions of probable cost.
But we can get a revenue bond.
Yeah, that's a clarification here that everybody needs to understand. That does not go to the voters.
That's
So
what I thought, yeah.
back to items 2, 3, and 5 are the items that need to be consideration for the voters.
Okay.
The water and wastewater stuff that's not require voter approval.
Right. Okay. And the second one is for what?
Well, let me interject. It doesn't require voter approval, but staff does need direction on if we're going to go forward with this so we can prepare those documents and so that I can factor that into the budget.
Yes, Sam.
I'd like to make a motion that we pass a revenue bond for item number 1, the West Side Wastewater Treatment Plant and water improvements. The revenue bond is staff has it listed.
Okay, but it's not a bond to go on the ballot. Am I correct?
That's what John just said.
Yeah. So it just be for the staff to pursue it. Is that where we're going, Sam?
Well, staff's going to pursue it, but it's also going to be backed by the revenue generated from the water wastewater rates that we voted on this evening.
We'll come back to you with those documents. Absolutely. We'll work
So
with.
I'm making that motion.
Okay, Michelle's got a second. She's ready to go home. Sam has made a motion. Michelle Ty has seconded it. Shannon, are you still with us? You want?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see what we get.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem McCabe. Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and item number 2, what does it say before we call for a vote on it?
Well, item number 2 was option. The way it was presented by staff was an either or option. So you've got the option to revote the municipal bond complex, as we've discussed, revising we've already got the design, but we would revise it to take out the facade and do the code compliance items that we need to do for fire and public works. Option number 2 is doing the old city hall and bringing all 5 facilities into compliance with minor cosmetic costs. Obviously, we would come back with a little bit more detail, but that's basically what it would be. And the estimates are there. For option number 1, it's approximately 5.76 million. And for option number 2, it would be approximately 2 million.
And I'd like to propose a third option, that we do option 1 and then have another proposition of doing just the building on 105 First Street and put in a floor, put in a ceiling, put in ADA bathrooms, a break room, walls, electrical, bring it up to code. No interior walls though. That way it'll be available to use for whatever we want, and it'll stop being a liability and it'll start being an asset.
Okay. And those would be, just for clarity, I understand that's the third option, but those would still be two separate propositions, as Bob has advised us.
Anybody have thoughts on which option they prefer, 1, 2, or 3?
I'm with you, Sam, on option 3. I say we throw it out there and let the voters decide and see what they want to go with. Maybe let them make the decision.
I'm shooting down option 1, Sam.
Actually, I think that's a surprise to everyone. You haven't said that before.
I just wanted to get a laugh tonight.
Well, and I'm still confused. We're going to make this a line item to either fix or not fix the old city hall, but we're still going to be looking at putting the administrative staff in the new building if the old school is renovated. Now, why are we doing both?
Okay, Joanne, I mentioned it earlier. I'll say it again. John, right now we're looking at that building on First Street as a liability because we can't use it. And if we want to sell it, it's going to be very difficult to sell because of the issues that exist with it. It's gutted, right?
Right.
It needs plumbing, it needs electrical, it needs fire, it needs a floor, it needs a ceiling, it needs drywall. It needs. Okay. But the thing is, if we can go ahead and put in the electrical, put in the plumbing, put in the ADA bathrooms, right? Give it a break room, so, at least plumbing for a break room. Put up drywall. Basically, have it being an empty building, right? No interior walls. But then all of a sudden, we have now taken it at these remarkably low interest rates, and we've turned it from a liability into an asset. And someday, with it now being an asset, we may grow our parks department and say, you know what, we're going to put pool tables and a ping pong table in there, and we'll have parks and recreation headquartered out of that building. I don't know, I'm just brainstorming here. But it'll make it possible for us to do something with it. If we wait till later, interest rates are going to go up, costs are going to go up, it'll be more expensive later.
Well, one thing.
Why? To me, that's why.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it in December. We had a good price. We could have been living in that thing by now, and y'all did not want to even consider it. So now we're going to consider it, fixing it up for future needs that we don't know what is. I think the citizens will turn that down in a heartbeat if there's not a reason we're going to fix that building.
And they'll have that opportunity to turn it down, yes. But right now, again, like I said, John sold me earlier. John made a compelling financial argument.
Yeah, but John, forgive me, John makes his living selling stuff,
John, are you trying to sell me anything?
John may have left us. I don't know.
Nothing but the facts. Nothing but the facts.
Okay,
So
I'll keep going. Sam, did you make a motion?
ready to leave, so let's make a decision.
Michelle, we're still in discussion.
We got another hour on the list here, Okay, Sam, I'm sorry. Did you actually make a motion and we'd need a second?
I did. I was just saying that we have 3 options and just wondering what people thought. You like option 1, you like option 2, you like option 3. If you want a motion, I can make a motion.
Well, I mean, is that what you want to put on the bond is 3 options?
I like
for
option
the old
2.
City Hall.
For clarity, I think what he was saying is you've got option 1, you've got option 2, and then you've got option 3 that he developed to put on the bond. It would be one or the other. On option 3, as I understood, so I do need to repeat it so I make sure I'm understanding, is that it would be option 1 plus the 105 First Street by itself. They would still be two propositions, separate propositions. The purpose of 105 Fifth Street being 105 First Street being on there would be to finish it out as a shell and have that opportunity. There are other options. I mean, it could be parks, it could be, we could, do a business consortium. You could rent it out for meetings. You could make a museum out of half of it, do EDC out of half of it. You could rent it out to South County Wise Chamber Annex building, use it for economic development. I mean, I think that's what he's saying, that the city could basically rent it out and maybe generate or use it for other city departments at some point, but that would not be for City Hall. Correct? Am I understanding that, Commissioner? Excuse me, Councilmember Easton?
So real quick, Sam.
Yes.
So, okay. So you can try to sell me on this. Okay. Since I want Old City Hall, that's what I want on, if we do this bond. I want on there to, not minor cosmetic. I want on the bond for the Old City Hall to, so if you want the municipal complex, then I want on there for the voters to vote. If they don't vote for the municipal complex, then they could vote for fixing up the old city hall to put the employees into the old city hall. So that would be something that I would want. Would that be an option?
Elaine?
Well, having them divided that way for those purposes that you just said, if the school building part didn't pass, but the old city hall did, then we wouldn't have any funding for the other buildings. And so that's to assume that what you're asking for it to be considered as an alternative to a city hall situation, it doesn't address the other buildings. If it's an either or situation, Sam is looking at this as an and I think that I would love to see it look at the economic development side. I would love to see it have some historical museum type situation. I would love to see a chamber of commerce, whether it's Wise County or in the future something else. But I think that it gives us space to provide additional services and additional support to our town. And so not to limit it to a future city hall, but rather to look at it as an asset to the city to use in multiple ways. But to pit it against each other, the old building against the school building, that won't work with our other facilities that we're trying to bring up to code, that particular structure.
Well, especially, just let me interject, just especially because, I mean, as it stands, City Hall, at least we are in a building, and I understand we're leasing it, council member, but I mean, the buildings that need to be addressed are fire, public works, police, community center, senior center, if it's going to, so those are the buildings to council member Priest's point.
Okay, so but what are you going to do if this bond doesn't pass again? So if that doesn't pass, then shouldn't you, okay, so if that one doesn't pass and then we can fix up the old city hall, then I guess, could we then not put, not get the backhoe or something? Because I'm afraid that they're not going to go for it. Because like I said, again, the other bonds didn't pass. So, and they didn't pass before. And I don't know, I'm beating a dead horse that I don't believe it's going to pass again. So.
Elaine?
I am sorry, but I just have one more question of either John or Bob here. So we're talking about what do you call that? The GOOG or whatever. So it goes to vote.
Right.
Do we have the option to do the other kind of bond where it doesn't necessarily have to go to election?
Great question, Elaine. So the one that would have to be what would have to be voted would be what was, if you're doing something that was turned down before. So we can't go and do certificates of obligation for anything the voters said no to before. We'd have to go back to them for approval. Anything else, you can take your chances and do a certificate of obligation. Remember, the citizens have the right to petition that. The other option that you have, which I think should be considered for something like the backhoe, was rather than put that on a ballot for a GO bond election, maybe you can, and it's equipment. So why don't we consider doing a 7-year tax note? That's not a CO, that does not require a vote of the people. It's just the only limitation, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a 7-year final maturity. There's no right to petition or anything like that. So you can get that financing done on a 7-year basis. Again, it's equipment. It doesn't have a 20-year useful life or more, 30-year useful life like a building.
Well, and that's what we're proposing on that. Just FYI, I mean, that is what we're proposing on number 4 is financing it with a tax note if that's what the council wants to do, but on the water wastewater side.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard somebody want to put it on the ballot. Okay.
Well, not what staff is proposing.
Okay, so what if we, sorry, so I missed someone. Okay, so what if we did, where we didn't go to the voter? Okay, if we did the old city hall, and then if we did like the police department and the fire department, and didn't take it to the voters, if the the old school, whatever, the municipal complex didn't pass, would that be an option? How could we get that to work out for us?
This is Bob again. So as John alluded to, the proposition that you had voted down, you're precluded from going back and issuing certificates of obligation for a period of 3 years after that vote was turned down for that purpose. So if you have a substantially different purpose, or it's not related at all, then you can consider issuing certificates. As John indicates, that process has the ability to have a petition presented to it with 5% of the registered voters in your community. They could petition, in which case then you would have to call an election for that cycle. And to do certificates, you have to do a little bit of a notice lead time. So the council would take an action to authorize the giving of notice of intention to issue the debt. That would be posted on your website for 45 days and published in the newspaper for at least 46 days before the date the city council would consider the ordinance authorizing that issue. The purpose for that financing would, though, be sufficiently different from what was voted down. So you had your municipal complex voted down. And so you wouldn't be issuing certificates of obligation for the municipal complex again. So you're looking to see how distinct you could make those features, if you will, and how different can they be from that municipal complex to see if you can do them as a certificate of obligation. But if they're different, clearly you don't have any problem doing that. So what you're trying to make sure is you're following that line between that 3-year prohibition of coming back to issuing certificates of obligation. So, I think that's if you all can kind of fashion up what you want to do in terms of the certificates or the non-voted debt, that's fine. The other thing I'll mention to you is the legislature's got right now a bill that's in play that is supposedly going to have an effective date of September the 1st, that for certain things other than designated infrastructure and some other things like that, if it's non-voted debt, you have to count that on the O&M side of your tax rate. And right now, the debt that you pay on these bonds is on the INS side of your tax rate. So you have a little different feature to that. Remember that O&M side's got that 3.5% limit, what you can do, so that impacts your operating budget if you want to think of it in those terms. So it's, you know, I know that's a little more detail than maybe you're looking at, but just need to be aware that there are different features that are associated with this. And so if you're looking to do some sort of a certificate of obligation with that, at least kind of think about it as almost a 60-day lead time, at least a 46-day lead time. It's really a little bit more than that because you got to have the council action. Then that first publication has to appear at least 46 days before the date that the ordinance is going to take place to be considered. So, you know, and if you want this to all be done by September the 1st, just so you don't run afoul at all of that bill that's pending, and all likelihood that I can see is it's going to pass, you know, you just have to be mindful of that. Now, are there going to be exceptions in that bill? I think there will be. And will they fit this scenario? But, you know, it's just a little bit of a, you know, you guys know as well as I what the legislature does. And so it's a little bit of a catch as catch can. Senate's had their version, the House has got their version. I don't know if the conference committee's been appointed to resolve those differences yet, but you know, you have certificate of obligation is a type of instrument you can do, which gives you a longer life. You can do a so-called tax note, which has the 7-year maturity, the kind of thing John was talking about that could be with number 4, but we're going to do number 4 as a revenue-based obligation, a non-voted obligation. Or you could do equipment with a so-called contractual obligation, which can be a, you know, similarly situated like a certificate, but doesn't have the petition feature. So you have some non-voted debt options available to you. But again, the critical thing from my vantage point is making sure that you have determined what the purpose is you want to do. And if it's the purpose that's sufficiently different from what the voters disapproved the last time, then you'd be fine to go. If it's substantially similar, then we have a different question to talk through.
As we look at our option 1, the municipal complex included the school building and then a portion of what we're going to call the fire department. It's what we call our community building, where we meet for our council meetings when we meet live. So now we're looking at having something that is the original school building, the entirety of the fire department, which includes that space that where we would have the city council meetings, and the entirety of the public works building. So that's a significant change between the bond that failed and what we're looking at our needs today. So is that enough of a difference?
Well, I'm not sure I'm totally understanding the detail of that difference. So it hopefully would be, but that's the question we need to kind of come to grips with is it sufficiently different? And I don't have that stuff in front of me tonight, but that's the issue we have to grapple with. If you said, look, we're interested in going forward with, you know, a bond election for something like, you know, renovations of existing municipal facilities. And that's different than the construction of a new municipal complex. You know, there's probably pretty good ground to think about separating it in that fashion. But, you know, if you're going to have existing new municipal complex and you're trying to have that same thing, then, you know, say, well, I dropped a component part out of that, then it becomes to feel like, well, is that sufficiently different from what the voters had before them the first time? So, and it may not be. If you're just dropping out part A of 4 parts, you know, and you got 3 of those 4 parts still left in there, you know, it's going to look a lot like the proposition that went to the voters last time with the 4 parts in that
Right.
example.
Well, and you know, I also, there's the deal that it included part of the fire department, but not the entirety. And I'm saying fire department, the building where the fire department is housed. we were going to look at the facade, and we were going to do that one end, what used to be the cafeteria of the school. The fire department actually has the old gym portion, basically. And so I didn't know if that then would eliminate the fire department as a whole because it's under the same roof, even though the renovation and bringing it up to code where in the area the fire department was not a part of the failed bond.
Well, you know, if you're talking about, for example, on option one that you've got, the municipal contracts, so you're going to revote that. So that could be exactly the same proposition that you had before, same purposes, or it could be modified, but you're still going back to the voters, and that's the point. You're going back to the voters.
Okay.
So that part of it's just fine. Then if you're looking for what can you do without going back to the voters, then you've got to make that sufficiently different from what you had the last time. So if we're now going to say, for example, we are now going to issue a certificate of obligation to renovate an existing municipal building, which is different than constructing a new complex. So if you had your bond proposition as option one and a non-voted purpose through a certificate of obligation is the second purpose, wouldn't go to the voters, it all wouldn't be on the same time frame. It just has to be sufficiently different from what you had presented to the voters before if you're going to do a certificate of obligation. If you're looking to do some other type of debt instrument, and really there are not that many other ones that are available to you, you know, it's really going to end up being a 7-year tax note, which is, that's not subject to that same prohibition, but 7 years generally for that type of a thing doesn't give you enough time to amortize it. What people do, however, when they're thinking about that, is they look at a 7-year obligation, and then they're 3 or 4 or 5 years or 6 years into it, and then they end up restructuring that or refunding that and extending the maturity out. So they get a little bit longer life to that as a result of the refunding. In today's world, that's another viable option for you, but you still have to be able to pay for it on the front end or think about it in terms of that 7-year cycle. In all likelihood, you're never going to get to that 7-year if you're going to take the thought process of do this first deal for the tax note and then refund that out into another 10 or 15-year length or 20-year length bond. And those are the kind of things that John and I work on all the time to help cities structure their, you know, the financial impact on that kind of debt instrument. So I'm not sure I'm really answering your question, Ms. Priest, but I think that I'm trying, but we've got to have enough difference in what was voted down if you're going to do a certificate of obligation. And in all likelihood, I think the certificate of obligation is going to be the most viable debt instrument, non-voted debt instrument for you because of the life that you can have. You can have that be as long as a 20 or a 30-year, technically even a 40-year amortization. You don't see that very often, but you know, but if you're looking to do a 20-year amortization, that would be a more reasonable thought process.
Okay.
Ashley?
Council members, can we talk about this, look back over, talk about why it didn't pass, and go back over what Kim, her drawings and everything, since it's been a long time, but I think we're just going in circles. And if we have any questions, then we can reach back out to Bob. But I mean, I'm going to make a motion again that instead of us voting on something tonight, that because it's going to be a long night, we still have a lot of stuff on the agenda. If we can make a motion to just push it to June 3rd. So if I can hear a second, or if we can try to figure something out, but can I make a motion that we push this to June 3rd? So.
Do I hear a second to that motion? Okay, it's going to die without a second, Ashley.
That's okay. Well,
actually, it's really improper to make a motion on a motion that's already failed. So
I'm sorry.
I couldn't find my mic quick enough. That's enough on that motion. We can't really do that again.
Oh, the other one was June 10th, so I changed the date to June 3rd. Sorry.
That would be a Bob question.
Sorry. All right, anybody else? Sorry, we're beating a dead horse. So whatever y'all want to do, I just want to get on to the next one, and Bob is helping us as much as he can. So anybody else?
Sorry, let's try to go to number 4. So we did number 1. Number 4 is on the water, wastewater side. It can be a tax note, as has been mentioned. It would be paid for on that side.
I'd like,
Sam,
go ahead, Michelle, you wanted to make the motion.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I make a motion to accept that and get it financed.
It's a 7-year tax note?
If that's what you guys want to do, we can do that. Yes, it's only 200. The estimate is 244,000, so I think that's doable.
I'll second that as a 7-year tax note.
Michelle,
Yes.
okay. We've got a motion and a second for this tax note. Sam, would you reword that for me where I won't screw it up big time?
Sure. I believe Michelle made a motion that we finance number 4 with a 7-year tax note.
And the second, did you second it, Sam?
I did second it.
Okay, so we're ready, Shannon, to vote for this. Are we going to do all of them, Michelle, or vote? I mean, Cynthia, vote on one by one?
I was
Do we
trying
need-
to at least get one more done.
So what do we have left?
Well, we got to take a vote.
Let's vote.
Well, that's what I was asking, and Cynthia said, let's get one more. So do we vote, Cynthia, or get one more?
Well, you got a motion and a second on the floor, so you need to take the vote, and then we can go to see if we can go on down the line.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, Shannon, go for it.
Shannon's on mute, but aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Ty,
Aye.
Councilmember Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Eason,
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we have one more to look at. Y'all are confusing me badly. So item 4 is what, Cynthia?
Well, I mean, I'm going to go back to item 2, although it's going to be unpopular. But I mean, as I understand, I mean, generally there's an agreement that, the water, wastewater items, which we have now taken action on 1 and 4, are kind of some priorities. And that is on the water, wastewater fund side. Now the next priority is city facilities. So we talked about 3 options. First option is a GO, general obligation vote, revoting that for the municipal complex, changing it just a little bit by not doing the facade, but by doing the interior and bringing everything up to code, ADA compliance, etc. That we were looking at 5.76 million on that as a GO vote. If you did option 2, that is actually an alternate to option 1. And that's the old city hall. It's a little bit shorter term, and that's bringing all the facilities into code compliance, maybe some minor cosmetic. That is an estimated cost of 2 million. That could be a GO. You could go out to the voters with that, because that is different than what option 1 was that we went to the vote. You could do a CO, with that. I'm sorry, because it's different. So you could go back to the voter, you could go to the voters with that, do a GO or a CO, certificates of obligation. Option 3 was another one that was mentioned, which was they would still be 2 propositions. And actually, I don't want to confuse it, we can come back to that on the details, but on option 3, the idea is the municipal complex, but also going ahead and investing in the facility at 105 First Street, the old City Hall, refurbishing that as a shell, and then at a later date saying, okay, how can we use this? Do we use it as, meeting space? Do we use it to house parks or EDC, a chamber? Do we rent it out? So those are the 3 options on the table, as I understand it.
Okay, here we go. Anybody want to make a motion on this thing?
I just have one more question. I'm so sorry, but I'm just trying to understand on option 1, if we can add the Public Works Department and we can add the Fire Department, why can't we add the former Old City Hall? I don't understand why that needs to be a separate one.
Well, is it part of the municipal complex that you're building?
No, but neither is the Public Works Department. It's a separate building. It's not attached to the old school.
So I thought there's earlier conversation about things being under one roof.
It is part of on the same complex. That's the difference. It's at this old City Hall is at an entirely different location.
So you're talking a campus situation.
Yes.
For everything else, but Old City Hall is not on that campus.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. I was just struggling with that. Sorry.
I mean, essentially, Elaine, to answer your question, option 3 is doing option 1 and doing the old City Hall. It just has to be 2 propositions. They've got to be separate because they're not on the same campus, on the same location.
Okay, I think that's what it is. So option 3 is, let me just say it. Option 3 is the municipal complex, the shell of the old school, and the city hall, the old city hall. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. It is the municipal complex and the shell of the old City Hall.
Okay. So my old city hall is not on there.
No, it's making it a shell for option 3.
Okay.
It's taking Old City Hall.
It's encompassing option 1 in total, plus the refurbish of City Hall into a shell.
And you might think of refurbishing as kind of renovation of an existing municipal building. In its general sense, whether you want to refer to it as the 105 First Street building or the old City Hall building, but it's really going to be a legal proposition that's going to be for, kind of renovations and refurbishing of an existing municipal building.
So Cynthia, tell me again, because I'm trying to get on the board with y'all, so I don't argue anymore, Sam. Okay, what is option 2? So tell me that one. Just tell me option 2. What was option 2? Tell me that one.
Okay, so option 2 would be you would not do option 1 or option 3 unless you just wanted competing things out there for the voters to decide on. But option 2 is the old City Hall and using that as it would probably house admin, which is, the least need of all of the departments, but and then bringing all 5 city facilities up to code compliance. That's all the ADA. And maybe doing some minor cosmetic stuff. We'd have to look at that, but that would be around $2 million. And I have, talked with a couple of people on that. That's again an OPC, but that's $2 million. You have not done that before, so that's something that could be a general obligation. It could go before the voter, or it could be a certificate of obligation. It could be non-voter debt.
And we can't put at this, I really like that one and not putting it on the ballot and stuff, because I'm still against. I don't think the other one's going to pass on the ballot. So I really think that one is, but let me think about the option with putting it as a shell, because honestly, if it's a shell and then just in case, but if it's on there and it fails, then we lose it. But, you know, but if it's a shell and if it does, but, you know, if it doesn't pass and if it is on the ballot, it doesn't really matter. So,
Well, here's the thing. If it's a shell, and it's option 3, and you have municipal, all the facilities, basically all city services are going to be on one campus by and large. This shell, if you guys were to do a museum component to it, you guys were to rent it out, potentially, I mean, these are future decisions, but potentially you could look at using hotel motel funds for that finish out. So, and use it for meeting spaces and things like that. So, there's options for the city. I think that's what I'm hearing from different people.
Yeah, but Cynthia, let me just kind of mention too real quickly, as you think about different options, some of those things could impact whether you can do this as a tax exempt financing or a taxable financing.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you start putting private business use into your publicly financed buildings that you did with tax exempt financing, that may push that thing over into the process where it has to be a taxable transaction. So you can still do it from a state law perspective, but from a federal income tax perspective, the use and the way those things are done and the way you lease out buildings and things like that have an impact on whether you can do these things as a taxable or tax exempt transaction. So just be mindful of that. That doesn't really necessarily deal with the financing, and the type of debt instrument, because you can do all these things as taxable debt instruments or tax exempt. And even in today's marketplace, the taxable financings are really also attractive in terms of interest rate. But I just want you to leave. I don't want you to leave the discussion tonight with just thinking, well, there's just no questions whatsoever if you want to put in the 501c3 arts district or the Chamber of Commerce or somebody else. You just have to be mindful that sometimes the use, if you have private business use kind of coming in and occupying a publicly financed building, impacts that tax status.
Okay. Good point.
all right, Cynthia, can you do option 1 with the option 3 and then option 2? Can we put that on the ballot? So the municipal complex with the shell, and then option 2. Can that be on the ballot?
All of them?
Yes, can both of those.
I think what Ashley is wanting is that voters can vote for one of 3.
Right, the municipal complex with the shell for, okay, so the municipal complex, and then with the shell of the old city hall, old city hall, and then option 2, just the old city hall. That would be ideal.
I don't believe that's an option, but I guess Bob can address that.
What if they approve all of them?
Right.
Well, come on. I don't know if they would. That would be a lot. But then we would start selling stuff off. We would.
Like you said, if they approve all of them, we don't have to take it. We have the choice to not do it or do it within 10 years. But,
Yeah,
Well,
Michelle.
You put too many options out there, it can get confusing. And then it's like, it's hard enough to get informed voting so people really know what's going on. And if you've got 3 options out there, I mean, heck, we've been sitting here, for the last 3 months, 6 months talking about this. So, I mean, you could, I guess, conceivably, I don't know that that's the best option, but
you let them choose. I mean, that's the only thing. You let them, because again, I don't think the municipal complex, and when you have the money beside it, I mean, and just to say like the municipal complex and that cost, and then the old city hall's 2 million. I mean, wouldn't they have the option to choose?
So are you thinking that you're going to have a voted bond proposition for the municipal government complex, as it is, the municipal complex,
Yes, sir.
and a non-voted debt instrument, a certificate for renovation of existing municipal facilities for this $2 million? Is that, Cynthia, what you're saying?
Well, I think she's talking to GO for both.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna do the GO for both, then you probably have those as two separate and distinct propositions.
Right. Yes, they would be. I think that's what she's saying. I think there's
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4 actually propositions out there.
I think
what it is you're gonna want to have the thing read. So
I think it would give the voter options, because I mean, then they can have the option to choose, because I mean, that's ideal. I like how Sam said it with the shell. So if they did do it the municipal complex, then we have the shell, and then say if the Wise County Chamber, because I don't think that they have a place this would be perfect for. If it was a shell, then we could, maybe they could rent it out. It's ideal since we're going to do our downtown, if that's the option. But if not, if it does fail, then we have, hopefully, the $2 million, if that's it, for, fixing up the old city hall. So, there's also, I mean, we have our residents that love to do petitions as well. So I think that's it. If we could do those, that's what I would love to go for. So
Okay,
thank you.
Michelle. I'm sorry, Michelle's had her hand up for a while. Michelle, yeah.
I feel like the old city hall, if we redid the old city hall, we're putting $2 million into a building that might last us a couple of years. And then we have to go somewhere else and find somewhere else. I feel like we're just looking at here and now, and I get that it's just $2 million, but in the long run, how much are we going to be paying for these buildings? And at that point, you've got an old school that property is just sitting there, not worth anything, it's just useless at this point. You've got the old school that's useless. You have a city hall that's $2 million that who knows how much more you're going to have to put into it if we have to find another building that's bigger. We have that police department that if it went into the school, we could sell that property. That's enough. I mean, it just seems like doing the municipal complex makes the most sense. And I'm terrified that it won't pass. Yes, I understand you, Councilperson Majors. I totally understand you. I am afraid it won't pass, but it just makes the most sense.
I just like to say that that's whatever makes the most sense financially. That's what our obligation is. That's the oath we took, that we would make the best business decisions for the city. And that's why I can't move away from it. The school building. The school building has the opportunity to provide new facilities that are capable of handling the growth that is in front of us. And when I say in front of us, like I said, it is more than in front of us, it is in us. And it's impacting. It's also an indication that we're willing to invest in our community as these developers come in and they see what the original town looks like. To have old buildings not used, not utilized, carrying as a liability on our accounting sheets, it would be terribly hard to sell just the school building. But why would we keep it and not use it? So it is, we've asked our Mr. Dinsmore That is his department. And he's told you that the best use of our money is to use the school. And I just can't move away from that. I have a difficulty. So, but at the same time, there is this draw, this need that we all have to the old bank building. It's a part of the fabric of our community, and I don't want to give it up. Yes, it will mean a little more, some more money, but I think that's what we have to do. So that being said, I make a motion that we go for option 1, but also add option 3, which is the shell, and that is what we need to do as a GO.
Well, that's actually option 3 then.
Okay.
Because
1
option
plus
3 is 1, the old 105 First Street, yeah.
Okay, well, I make that motion.
And Sam's got 2 fingers up, so I think he's supporting you, Elaine.
Okay.
Okay, Shannon, we've got a motion and a second.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Ty,
Aye.
Councilmember Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Eason,
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Now you've got a lot
Okay.
of work to do, Cynthia.
Will you regroup with me and tell me what we just did tomorrow?
In writing, right?
I think I know what we're doing. So we're going to end up, though, with 2 propositions, right, when it's all said and done?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I think I've got it.
Well, tonight was confusing. You know, we're going to move on now, and this shouldn't be confusing at all. We, find where we're going. We've finished H. We're going to J. Oh my gosh, this will be fun too. Discussion and any necessary action regarding roads, repairs, speeding, and speed limits. And
For 1 second, excuse me, are you all looking to do anything on the streets as part of this discussion?
Yeah, we haven't finished the current item, Mayor.
Oh,
well, I thought all we had here is discussed on the 27th. How much more do we have, Cynthia?
We still have 3 and
We
5.
have option 3 and 5 from the summary of bond items to discuss from page 55 of 92.
Which relates to what?
Streets.
Number 3 was streets, and then number 5 is parks.
Right. Okay, so can we combine the 2, or do we need to do it separately?
They'll be separate propositions. There'll be a street proposition and a park proposition if you wanted to bring those to the voters.
I'm sorry, what I was referring to on the streets is also item I. So do we need to do those separately?
on the, I think we do, Joanne, right? Cynthia, sorry I cut you off.
And that's fine, you know.
Well, okay, so if you, actually, I know you want to discuss Moore's, but we can discuss Moore's within the context of this, or we can do I and come back to this. I mean, staff does need direction on streets, and on, you don't want to do either of them, then, you know, that's one direction. If you do, we can give you more detail. We've given it to you in the budget workshop, but we can give you more on those streets and what that thinking is. In short, I will say in short, on the streets on that item 3, Morris, Redbud, and Pecan, those streets are not just something that we can, in the life of a road, there's, you know, an F and there's an A and there's, you know, a C and a D, okay? Meaning how good they are. A is good, F is bad, right? So we've got streets right now that we've got to totally redo. They're almost an F, if you will, and that's going to be Morris, Redbud, and Pecan. They're going to require drainage work. They're going to require being designed. And it's not just $100,000 asphalt job to, overlay it in asphalt or, $50,000 in a chip seal product. So what we're saying is doing those projects, and because those are about $500,000, and even Redbud is actually, we're estimating, and Sean can give details, but estimating a little bit more than that because it's very narrow and we're looking at potentially getting some right of way there. So they're much bigger projects, and Pecan, and there's drainage on all of them. So all of those roads have to be rebuilt, engineered, designed, and potentially right of way acquired. So those are big ticket items. That's what that $2 million is. And then we're looking at basically doing old Rome streets that are east of the railroad and going in and doing a chip seal throughout. And that's approximately 1.75 million for a total of 3.75. Now we are already doing Bywell. We're partnering with the county right now, doing Bywell, and we think we're going to be able to get the rest of phase 1 in that partnership this year and out of the current budget. And phase 2, the developer is completing phase 2, and that takes care of that. And then let's see. Sean, I think we were also talking about a plan for chip sealing in next year's budget, just the general fund budget, then addressing Crown Point and Ellis as we talked about in the budget workshop. And that just went high level. Sean can give you more details.
Right. I'll let Sean speak, but I don't know on this one. I don't know if Bob and John want to listen to me to speak on this one, because I'm happy that we're addressing this, but I'm highly upset over this, which, hey, I'm glad it's getting done, but Morris putting it here and taking it to the voters whenever we promised that Morris was getting fixed, and we told the builder when they built these homes that as soon as the construction trucks were out of here, that road would be done, and it's not. And that's what I was about to address as soon as we were done. And Redbud, and that one I'll discuss in a minute when we go. But that Morris, I'm highly upset. And I didn't get the pictures to you because you had a meeting that all the other council members should see. But it shouldn't be $459,000 that our previous council voted and put $125,000 in our road repair. Whenever I fought and said $125,000 is not going to cover it. And y'all added, or maybe I was on it, but you added another $5,000, and it's again putting more money in, and because we don't have enough. So what if Morris needs to be fixed now, and then maybe we need to do something else? But again, I went out looking and taking pictures, and why is it that our council member had fresh asphalt or not asphalt or whatever it's called, put down in front of his house at 107, 103, and also one of our P&Z member has fresh asphalt in front of his house. But none of the other roads are being repaired. But and we making promises that we can't keep, and now we're going to take it to the voters to get something done. And whenever you and I had a meeting back in January to see if this road's going to be repaired, so we can talk about it, and Sean can tell me because he said that this would be done before now, and let's wait and take it to the voters. So please speak.
Okay, I can speak and then Sean can speak. I hear your frustration and I do understand it. I think when originally last year, these other houses on Morris were being built, um, remember that this year we've got 120 in the street repair line item. The prior year you had 100,000. The prior year you had 30,000. The prior year you had 20,000. So there hasn't been a whole lot of money directed towards street maintenance, and as such, those streets are, there's streets that are in failure, and so when you're looking at, okay, we were going to do 100,000. And I think actually Morris was on the books at that point in time, and that was, before my time. Even this last budget was, anyway. So and then those houses were being developed. So they're like, and then we had the emergency repair for the pipe, the water line failure. So we had to take $70,000 out of that line item. We didn't have enough to do it. And then we were waiting for the houses to be done being built, all those 6 houses, and we were going to try to come back. But in really looking at the road and what it needs to do it right, yes, we can put some asphalt on there and then we can put some chip seal on there, but you've driven that and it's very bad. And one of the reasons is because the topography. I mean, you've got that hill on the north side and it's almost like a little going through a little canyon there. And then that 6th house that was built new on Morris is, that whole drainage is coming from the north on Elm Street all the way down there. So you've got constant water on the road, and constant water on the road erodes the road. So we've got to do it right. Yes, we can put some asphalt down, but next year it'll be, we can put $100,000 into it, but next year it'll be the same as it is now. So what we're proposing is, okay, let's take a step back. If you all are willing to do a GO vote or CO, go to the voters or not, but let's do some of these roads right. We do have roads, and Sean's can get into it, but we do have roads that we can save. When you ask, I don't like to talk personalities because roads don't have personalities. So if there is a failure, if there's a base failure on a road, and it's been that way because maybe actually several years ago it wasn't done right, then we've got to suck it up and we've got to do what we have to do to save that road so that we don't have to do what we're doing on Morris, which is, estimated at $500,000. So they're never easy decisions to make, but road building is no easy task and it takes money. And I understand your frustration. Situations have changed, market has changed, and we're just, as staff, we're just trying to bring council the best options we can to get roads done because they are important and they're important to everybody in the community. Sean, I'm sure I left out plenty of things.
Well, hold just a second, Sean, which is important. And, you left off on some of these. You left off School Road. School Road is the same thing. You bump going down, trying to get down the street. I mean, that's School Road. I mean, our fire department going through there, they do the same thing. But why do you go back into Ellis and put down fresh asphalt? Why is that a major? And you just said like three city council meetings ago that you were going to fix Ellis and you were going to fix Crown Point. I didn't go in and ask for it because our agenda came in late, our packet came in late, so I couldn't ask for the minutes to find out when Sean spoke prior and said that there were zebra stripes through our town, through our community on how bad our roads are. But we were going to fix Crown Point and we were going to fix Crown Point and Ellis.
Oh, he presented that in the budget workshop, yes.
Budget workshop, excuse me. But,
I can clarify that if you want me to.
No, just hold on just a sec. But why are we going back and forth? But now we're going to take this to, we have other streets and we're going to, it's just, I'm just very frustrated. But again, I go by there and they have fresh asphalt when we can't even. Whenever I turn on Morris, I mean, you hit potholes that are so bad, and I feel like I'm going off-roading to even drive down it. And it took 2 years that I have been asking, 2 years, when you go down Dogwood to go to BC Rhome to get gravel over when a clay pipe was taken out. And they just did it. And whenever we go into the next item, let me go ahead and read it. Talking about which one of the city employees, and hopefully it was Sean, that just drove down it. The alley that's over here that I asked about, that is by Russell going to the apartments, that it should be fixed. And so let me find out. Pulled up the open records on this one. It was meeting date Thursday, September 12th, 2019. So, Sam, that was one of your meetings in Elaine. Shirley Mize, pothole on alley between Russell and Logan. This work is on schedule to be completed. The Public Works Department backhoe tractor is currently in the shop for emergency repairs. Once the tractor is repaired, the potholes will be addressed. Do you think since 2019 this has been fixed? This is how our city works. Hopefully, we can start getting something done. But here we are again. So let's take it. I guess, what are we going to do? Take it to the voters if they turn that down? That Morris, hopefully, maybe we can add School Road on there and everything, but some of our other streets. Because our prior city council only put 30,000. Yeah, that was our old mayor's street that got repaired. And some of the other ones, I'm furious, because y'all know this has been something that's been on my personal agenda to get our streets repaired for the citizens. But, we could put some other streets as well that are around the community, not just the ones that have personal agenda that are on council or on PNC or on, so, but I guess.
Well, I mean, again,
I'm done on my soapbox.
Like I said, I can clarify for some of this for you if you like.
Well, why don't we just not address, it's 10 o'clock. We've still got several items and an executive session. Do y'all want to finish those items and take a potty break, or do you want one now?
Well, I just want to make sure I want to clarify that when I do streets, it doesn't matter who lives on that street or why that is. It's done because it needs to be done. Okay. When I came on mid last year, I had a very small budget because most of that budget was taken out for the sewer line. So I had a very minimal budget, and those two areas were failing significantly. If I didn't prepare those areas, the rest of the road in that area would fail even worse, which would cause us more money. So those two items, when I first got here, were pointed out to me right away. It had nothing to do with about council or whoever. I don't even know who the council members were at that time. Those were put on my list to do as soon as I got there. Is because it's the whole point when I do a job is to make sure I do it right, and it benefits the whole project to make sure it lasts for years. Again, it's nothing political. I don't know why y'all decided on the Moore Street, who came up with that original number, who just threw a number against the wall and hopefully it stuck. I don't throw numbers against the wall to see if it sticks. This is why I'm bringing you a project up here that's over $500,000 to make sure it's done. So I just want to make sure that there's no political avenue for me to do a street.
And Sean, I think we understand that. We've just got to work out our money.
Be accused.
Yeah. Okay. Do y'all want to break now, or you want to push on and break before executive session?
I think let's push on for Bob and John so they can.
Bob is smiling at that. So, okay. Now, where are we on the money for the roads? We need to vote for that for a bond or what?
Can I pop in here on the streets and roads? Um, it seems like to me as I listen, and you guys are the elected officials, about and I'm just the finance guy. So as we kind of go through this, and I'm listening to y'all trying to figure out what to do, and y'all all have the best interest of the city at heart, and trying to figure out what you do on a limited budget and how you handle all these things and so on and so forth, and the streets and so forth. That's um, and you got the city hall complex and that whole thing with police and fire. That's all out there, whether you take it all to the voters or what. And I think you can see, and what kind of, I'll just kind of give you an idea, commonplace of what municipalities see. And Bob, you jump in and you tell me if I'm off base, but what we see a lot of this stuff is the streets and so forth are, people see that all the time, and they drive and they throw their cars out of alignment and they bust rims and all that. And that is perfectly suited for non-voted debt. Unless you're just adamant that you want the voters to have a choice on everything you guys do, my suggestion would be you put these street improvements as on certificates of obligation and go that direction. The facilities and that sort of thing, since you've already gone to the voters once, you go back to them again and say, here's a new and improved version. And those are just my thoughts. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
Thank you, John. I agree with you. So I don't think taking it to the voters on that. And now if we did that, then can we just say if we wanted to add in, because you don't have on here old school, because that one needs to be repaired. If there's something else, could we add that in? If we did since it's not taken to the voters?
I think, well, yeah, I mean, this is for you guys right now. For that discussion, I'm going to let Sean respond, but what we were looking at in Old Town, old school, I understand what you're saying, but it's not failing like Morris is.
Well, yeah, Morris is, I'm passionate about Morris because
reason why, Sean, you can jump in, but I think, when you're looking at Old Town, I think other than Morris, there's not a road that is like failing.
Right.
So if we do some chip seal on those, and we do the level ups, and we do basically if there are portions of it that you go in and you dress those smaller ones, you do an overlay, and then you do a chip seal. And I think that's what Sean is looking at, doing a
Yes,
level.
for those streets, for the rest of the streets, the two main ones that need complete reconstructions were Morris and Redbud. That's where your bigger money comes into. Then you see also B is about $1.7 million. That's based on an estimate that a contractor gave me to do the basically old Rhome, Virginia, some of Hickory, also Virginia, and then that Oak Court and Pecan. I do believe it threw in Pecan too. Or no, Pecan was part of that 2 million.
Yeah.
But that is just to go through there and to do a 2-course chip seal for that 1.7. However, we still have some asphalt patchwork and some crack seal to do prior to that. But that was the thinking, is that they don't need complete reconstruction. They just need a slight resurfacing, and that will bind those roads up if the drainage and all that stuff doesn't affect them for another couple of years. And then we can start actually properly budgeting and financing streets, and then have a better game plan when we come up with a street assessment, and then actually have a street project management system to put roads actually on the books to get repaired within 2 to 5 years. And we actually truly fund those projects fully.
What about, quick question so we can move off of this one. What about Meadowlark that's over in Bywell? Because I know that the county is working on, and then with the builder, right? What about Meadowlark over there?
Okay. Oh, that's what we're proposing. That's what we're doing, working with the county to get what we consider phase one of Biowell. It's actually the phase one of the development of Biowell. That includes Meadowlark, Sunrise, and all that. And phase two is who the developer is going to do, which is rest of
Well,
I don't have.
Meadowlark is actually phase 2.
Okay, but Meadowlark is phase two. So yeah, so the developer has a contractor on retainers, and they're ready to go. However, with this rain that we've had, I think you received updates through the city manager weekly updates that
Right.
this has been on for about over a month. However, the rain has stopped. So yes, this project is to be done, and I do believe we listed those streets of what's supposed to be done. For the phase two, which is that phase two of Biowell. But
What
Meadowlark and part of Dakota
Daytona
and Daytona,
Speedway?
yeah, Speedway, and that is on the books to get done. County is going to be doing the other portion of Biowell, and all of Biowell, hopefully by the end of this fiscal year, should be done.
Okay.
Is that
So
I just want
Biowell will be totally complete new chip seal roads by the end of the year, by
I
the end
just
of the
want
fiscal year.
I just want to, if there's any Bywell, for the Bywell residents to know that they will have a completion and everything. So, if we did not take it to the voters so we can get these streets done, because I am not happy that this Morris is waiting, and then we have to see why that since 2019 that alley has not been repaired, that citizens can't get to it, to their homes, and it's so bad.
Is,
But
is
um,
that a right of way, Cynthia? Is that a right of way, or is that people just choose? I mean,
That has a history, and we'll go over that. But I mean
okay,
that brings up a bigger issue. But that was right before I got here that the council made the decision not to make that and keep that as an alleyway, because that's a whole nother issue. But we'll go into that. But I'll give you
okay.
the history on that.
Again,
okay,
some of these, and again, Miss Ashley, some of these items I'm not fully aware of. That's brought up prior to me getting here. So you're bringing up stuff 2019. I wasn't back here in 2019,
got it.
and
All
so
right. Can I make a motion that we do not take this to voters and do a certificate of obligation? So
For number 3.
for number 3, sorry, Cynthia. It's already getting late. So
Is that for both A and B of 3 for a total of
oh
3.75?
yes, A and B for 3.75 million.
Thank you.
again, these are OPCCs that we've just gotten estimates on.
So it could be less.
It could be less. It could be more.
All right. Well, let's.
Pardon me, what specs are we using, Sean?
It'd be the engineers. Once when I've talked to one of the engineers, they propose that be done in 2 phases, where we actually will do a survey and drainage study on those 2 roads, and then
Uh-huh.
they actually can come back to us with a better design and cost on those streets, because they are challenging. Again, Redbud is narrow. There's a limited right of way. Then when Redbud ties into Crown Point, it actually comes up to a peak, and so there's some drainage issues. So there might have to be more drainage pipe installed. It might have to go curb and gutter due to the fact of the way it's designed, the way that the street lays. That means that if you do curb and gutter, then that's drive approaches, and so cost could increase. But again, it has to be a 2-phase approach where surveying and a drainage study needs to be done, and then they can come back with a street layouts.
But we'll have specs that say what we want that street to be made of, basically.
Yeah, basic meet your cog specs at a minimum. Then if the city has different requirements, then that are more stringent than COG, then that's what we would apply.
Okay, because, I hear everything. Some of them, if y'all had done this right the first time, and I
Yeah,
think
yes,
we've got to
I will make
quit
sure.
looking,
I will make sure it's done right.
right. If we'll quit looking behind us and go forward, I think that's where
Yes.
we need to be. I'm sorry, Ashley, you were getting ready to make a motion of some kind. No.
I make a motion so we can move on. I make a motion that we do not take it to the voters for 3.75 and do a CO. So
Do we have a second?
I have a question.
Okay.
So if we do a CO, then the process for that is we have to share the information, and there's a chance then that some people may petition 5% of the voters or whatever to take it to election. That's still how that works.
That's true.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So, and Mayor, I might just observe that, of course, you have the options, but normally if I'm doing a certificate of obligation or frankly, even a voted bond for streets, I generally would recommend to you that we be general as the label. So something like constructing and improving streets within the city kind of thing, as opposed to designating the street specifically, so that if you have money left over, you can move it around to some other street improvement. If you're too specific, then you're kind of locked into that particular process. So if you said you wanted to vote this for intersection of A and B streets, that's the only purpose you can use. But if you said we're doing this for street improvements and somehow you get federal fundings for that intersection of A and B streets, then you can move that over to some other improvement. So you all have the choice to determine how specific you want to be. But I'm always going to advocate for you that you be flexible, to give yourself the flexibility to make your discretion used as to how and what you want to prioritize those streets as. So the dollar amounts stay the same. They're kind of not to exceed amounts, but I'm going to always suggest to you, and you can certainly shot me down, that whether you go the non-voted route or the voted route, that you leave this as kind of, constructing and repairing streets, and that way you've got a lot of flexibility as to determine how you all as a council determine how you want to apply those dollars.
Thank you for your information on that, because we'll certainly keep that in mind as we move forward.
Bob, would it be okay if they did, because there are some drainage area issues with these streets, that they would need to say streets and drainage improvements to improve those?
Yeah, normally we would do that as well, and things that are necessarily related to the street improvements are just kind of subsumed within that. But normally I'll have a whole list of words that'll talk about street, drainage, gutters, curbs, blah 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 blah. In some cases, and so again, I'll be very general about that, just so you have the flexibility to determine how you want to spend it. Unless you say no, you want to specifically talk about Morris Road and Redbud and some other places, which is your prerogative. But I'm always going to give you the option to think about it more generally. Yes.
Yes, Ashley.
okay, I want to go on to the next one so we can move. So council members, who is wanting to take it to the voters and do like Bob said, or do a certificate of obligation? So Josh, what are you thinking so we can move on? So,
Actually, there's not a second on the table right now. That's what needs to happen.
okay, so nobody second me. So Carvin, I'm just ready to let these guys go. We're going. We've already spent a couple hours on this one, so I'm trying to let them go so we can go on. So, all right, there's not a second. So,
okay, the motion dies without a second.
All right, so it's already died. So if anybody else wants to discuss it, I like what Bob said on this. So go ahead, Sam.
Well, thank you, Ed. Are you the new mayor?
I need all the help I can get, Sam, so go for it.
I had a couple of questions, and I think they become moot after listening to, I believe it was Bob's comment. Um, you refer to the streets east of the railroad. Now, does that include Front, First, Second, Third, Virginia, Hickory, Pecan, Oak? But you already specified something else with Redbud. Um, so when you say all the streets east of the railroad, I believe I just named them all. So you're going to redo the intent is to redo all of those. Now,
Well, it was Old Town, including streets east of the railroad. So if people consider, Virginia First, Front, Hickory, as Old Town, then yes, that was the intention.
so when you're saying that B is Old Rome, including streets east of the railroad, you're talking about redoing every street in Old Rome? I mean, we're talking Elm, we're talking First Street, Second Street, BC Rome, Morris, Russell, Old Mill.
At least with a chip seal, Mr. Eason. It's at least with a chip seal overlay, because there are significant crackings in those roads. And to come back and to try to crack seal every single one of them, that is the plan, is to do a tar and chip seal road to seal those up to prevent any more failure. So yes, it is every single road, at least the chip seal complete reconstructions for Morris, Redbud, and Pecan. So it's a little different construction on those three streets as to all the other ones. The other ones are just an overlay, chip seal overlay.
Okay, thank you. My next question was, I've heard discussion about Bywell several times and in the roads there, and people have tried to name all the roads in Bywell, but they keep leaving off Alliance, and that is the longest street there, and it is in the worst condition of all the streets there. Is it just that nobody remembers the name of Alliance, or are we just not?
It's currently being done, actually, and they started last fall on Alliance from 114 to Sunrise, and they have done the level up. They're going to come back and do all of Alliance from 114 all the way to Speedway.
Thank you.
And that was done, Sam, or is being done with the interlocal agreement we have with Wise County.
Well, I saw that they had leveled it. It's just that they haven't done anything to it in many months.
I think COVID took its toll on the delay. They had trouble getting workers.
I just wanted to be certain that Alliance got addressed. I understand that everybody wants Morris addressed, and I agree. But I also want to get Alliance addressed. Now, I believe my two questions become moot based upon Bob's comment that we do the proposition on this bond, but we are general. We don't list the streets. We don't list what we're going to do. We know what we're going to do, but we remain general. And I'm looking at 3.75 million. If that number stays the same, will we be able to do everything we need to do, Sean?
Based off the preliminary numbers, that's what we are looking at. However, as you know, cost of asphalt for the last since January has increased 10% each month. Cost of rock and everything has increased, and so if we don't do them sooner than later, then the cost will increase. Along with concrete, we know there's a shortage in concrete right now. Concrete's going to also be an effect on some of these things.
Then with as many streets as we're needing to do, should we not make this 4 instead of 3.75? And I'm going to go back to, before you answer that, Bob, was I correct in what I said, that my interpretation of what you said, and that the proposition needs to be generic and not specific?
That's always going to be my recommendation to you, because I'll be an advocate for flexibility. So yes, you all will decide and exercise your own discretion as to what streets and in what priority or sequence you want to spend that money if it gets approved. And you can put in your voter information things like, yeah, you anticipate doing X, Y, and Z streets, but you want to be careful not to box yourself in that discussion. So I'm going to always suggest to you, but again, you have the prerogative to say, no, I'm all wet. You want to specifically designate these particular streets, and that's fine. You know, just the concern is you just limit yourself. So if you come with an overage on one street and an underage on another, but you may want to have the flexibility to move the money around a little bit within the street proposition purpose.
Thank you, sir. Before I make a motion, I'm going to go ahead and yield the floor in case anybody has anything else.
Go ahead and make your motion, Sam.
I'd like to move that we have the streets as a general obligation bond in the value of $3.75 million.
You don't want to go up to 4.
I asked Sean what the number was, and he said 3.75. So
If you want to go to 4 and be safe, Mr. Easton, let's go to 4, and we can be safe. Again, we don't have to spend it all, but to be on the safe side, let's go to 4. I was just being very conservative.
Yeah, I think that might be wise. I don't think it'll make the difference in the outcome of the bond. So, Sam,
I will
whatever
have
you want to
at 4.
at 4.
Second.
And Ashley second. So, Shannon, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem McCabe.
Aye.
Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now are we ready to move on down to L, or do we, no, I'm sorry, not to L.
To J.
We're gonna go ahead.
But we still have number 5.
Aye.
Yes. Wait, I thought yeah. Josh.
Yeah, don't we have number 5, the parks?
Yes, on the table. Yes.
You need to let us know what you want to do.
Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, 150,000 is just a drop in a bucket compared to some of this other stuff we're talking about. A while back, the council moved and changed it for Parks and Rec to start investigating and development of other parks and other areas and upkeep of that. And they're not a revenue generating group. So I think that they're going to need all the help that we can give them as far as getting some of this money, because if we're telling them to go out there and do what they can, they're applying for all these grants, they're trying to get them, and they have no money to match it, then it doesn't make sense and it kind of defeats the purpose. So I'm for going out with this one. So I think the parks, with what they're doing, they have a lot of good stuff from the master parks plan, the city plan. A lot of residents are excited about new parks. So I think we need to support the parks department in this one.
I have a question. Can we not use this if we as the general fund for parks? Can we not use it for our current parks, for our veterans? And because I'm going to speak on our parks here in a second, hopefully. Can we not use that for our current park, for our family park, instead of the new park in Pywell?
Well, the only thing I would say is that, you all did do a master parks plan, and the park board has recommended, you all, the council and the park board has accepted it, and they made a recommendation to go ahead with Bywell neighborhood park. And so that was the idea behind this one, I believe. Sean, you could probably expand on that. But so, the council can do what you want, but you do have a master parks plan. You've got Parks Board that has made a recommendation to you, and you guys actually did vote and accept it. So it would make sense that you would, you know, go along this line if you wanted to add money to it for other parks. I mean, that might be an idea. I don't know that you would want to change this because there's so many things that have happened that have said this is the way we want to go.
Mr. Dransfield, you might address that too. Are we being too specific relating to one area, or should we make it more general?
Again, I'm always going to suggest flexibility to you. There's nothing wrong with having a specific park, but you're going to be limited to that specific park only.
Yeah.
So if you end up having, you know, a park and recreation facilities proposition, for example, then clearly you can do that with the buy well. And if you had $5 left over, you could move it to something else. So, you know, again, it's your call, but I've just seen over the years when people come back and say, well, gosh, why'd you let us do this so specifically? Because now you've limited your flexibility. So, you know, my recommendation to you is always going to be provide yourself that flexibility. You all as a council will determine the priorities. Use your discretion in that way. But by the same token, you might say, no, this particular park is specific enough and we want the specific direction by the voters to make that improvement. And that's absolutely fine as well. It just wouldn't be my first recommendation to you, however.
Okay, Josh, your call.
I believe Ashley had her hand up.
I just make a motion, we just do a general 150,000, oh gosh, bond. Do we want to, oh, sorry, do we want to take it to the voters, or do you just wanting to do, sorry, I don't see it on here. Sorry, Cynthia, maybe you can help me.
Well, I think as I understood it, I mean, you could do either. You could do either, but I think as I understood it, it was going to be a GO. You were going to, when we
All right,
talked.
let's do a GO, 150,000, a GO, and as Bob just said it. So just doing it where it doesn't say buy well, let's just put it in parks, and then they can do it for buy well, or if they have any, maybe they can put it into the other park. So, but
Is there any way we can use hotel motel?
No, it has to have a tourism aspect, and it basically has to have heads in beds. So one of the things I did at one community was we built actually a disc golf course, and it was a sport disc golf course, so it was going to be used for tournaments statewide. And yeah, they could use
That'll
hotels.
work, right? You know.
Not
Now,
for
also, if you're promoting local businesses, and if there's some way they could work that in, I don't know. But Josh has got a second, so let's go to vote.
Let's discuss it for a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. The 150,000, the reason that number was chosen was because they had identified a $300,000 bond, not bond, grant. And the 150,000 was to be a matching value.
Oh, okay.
Now, so if we're going to do the 150,000, I do believe we're pretty much obligated to be specific enough to go with that grant that they're proposing.
Okay.
Now, if we want to have additional money for some type of build out to do some type of additional enhancement to existing parks, or maybe we want to do another one of the pocket parks, then we would need to do more, because $150,000, as Josh said, what did you call that? A drop in the bucket? Okay. I don't think $150,000 is something that needs to go to the voters. I think that may be a 7-year tax note, or could we do a 7-year tax note on something like that?
You can, yes.
Elaine?
I just want to remind everybody that you may get funding from a grant, but you may not get the full 350. That's always an option that they have so many applicants, and maybe they don't think that your plan warrants that kind of money. The other thing is you may not get awarded the grant at all. And so we need that flexibility in that language so that we can spend it somewhere else. You don't want to tie it directly to a matching fund for a particular grant either. So because there's just so many things that can happen in that process. We might not get awarded at all, and we only may get a partial award. So want to think about that language related to those grants.
Yes, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another kind of editorial comment as we're talking about, what types of securities might be available to you for different things. Councilmember Easton brought up 150,000 tax note 7-year deal versus 150,000 doing that on a long-term GO bond like you're doing, voted like you're doing this other stuff. Would be very concerned this because propositions like that, they have to be sold, they have to be held out separately, and sold is a separate type of issue, right, Bob? So can that 150,000 be rolled into any other to like if it's Proposition C, can it be rolled into with Proposition A or B, or would it have to be sold separately as 150,000?
Well, it's a park purpose, and so it has to have its own separate proposition.
But in terms of selling the bonds, could it be combined for purposes of sale, or would it need to be a standalone bond issue once it comes time to sell?
Oh, no. If your question is, let's just say you got, let's say propositions, city facilities and streets and parks all passed.
Mm-hmm.
One bond issue would have those three purposes combined, or some portion of those three purposes, but no, they do not have to be standalone sales or issuances for each, you can combine them easily.
Okay, so the $150,000 wouldn't get lost with the other, couple of $1 million here and there. So it could be combined in for purposes of sale. So I just wanted to give some comfort there, to some of the council members. But once the time comes to sell the bonds, assuming we have other propositions passed, it could benefit from some of the larger pieces in terms of costs and so forth. So versus doing a standalone $150,000, really for any type of bond issue, it takes about $35,000 just to start the meter in cost of issuance. So, you've used 20% of your deal there just on cost, which is not very productive. So anyway, if you put it in with the other voted bonds, I think that makes some sense based on what Bob's telling us.
And the same thing we started the discussion with earlier on. I mean, again, when you go to the voters and they approve things, that's great. If they don't approve them, then you're put in that penalty box for 3 years, at least as it relates to certificates of obligation. So that's going to be the same with all these purposes we've talked about tonight.
Okay, we have.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
Joey. I think we're about to say the same thing. Right now we have a second. So go ahead, Joanne.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anybody doesn't have anything else, let's let Miss Shannon call for a vote. Oh, but Michelle, did you have something? No, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe.
Aye.
Wait, please review what the motion is before we vote.
It is, sorry, it's on my other page. Hold on. General $150,000 GO bond for parks.
You're muted.
Councilmember Easton, you're muted.
So we're just going with 150,000. That's it, straight to the voters.
No,
It's tax note.
No.
Is it tax note?
She said general obligation.
Oh, okay.
But Councilmember Easton's asking about the amount based on 150 for the grant, so he wanted to know if additional needed to be in place.
Right, but the motion is for 150,000 for a general obligation, so it would be on the ballot. Okay,
Are you trying to get us to change it to go higher, Sam? Is that what you're upset about? So yes.
I'm not upset. I just wanted to know what I was voting on.
I see your face. So
Okay, Shannon, it's
Well,
back to you. What, Josh? Somebody said something. Was it John?
I should know somebody said there's one additional money, and I didn't know if they were, I think Miss Ashley said something about money for the existing parks, and then Mr. Easton said something about adding more to it. I do have a number to replace those playground equipments if you want to add that to it. The 150 for BioWell, then maybe some extra money to replace the existing playground. Do y'all want to have that number to replace the two playground equipment to possibly add to this?
How much is it?
It's $115,000 roughly to replace both those two pieces of playground with new, up-to-date, turnkey installed systems.
and that's for the existing park.
That's for the existing park.
But
So I just want to make sure. I just want to offer. I offer that to the. Again, when we go for money, and somebody said when we go for more, about 115, because it's 75,000 for one, about 42,000 for the other one, and that's turnkey to replace the bigger piece of playground equipment, and then the 2 to 5 year old playground equipment, your age equipment.
well, Sean, I was about to argue with you on a couple of agenda items about parks. Why didn't you speak up? After Bob and John got off of this call. So, all right, then
You just need to talk to me. You just need to talk to me off books, and we can handle it.
So yes, I want new playground equipment at the family park. So yes, I want to add more money.
Josh, you're the victim here. What do you want to do? Was your initial thing how much you wanted and for what?
Well, it Ashley's motion, so she would have to amend it, but why don't we just make it an even 300,000, call it a day?
Sorry, I'm laughing.
Sam, do you want to amend to that or?
Yes, I want to amend my motion and make it an even 300,000.
Okay. Do we have a do we need a second? Well, I guess we do. And you a second.
Is there anything we need to do about the existing motion?
Ashley amended it, and I don't know if we need a second. Carmen, do we need a second or?
The second needs to accept the proposed amendment.
Okay.
Josh did.
And Josh is shaking his head yes and thumbs up. Okay, Shannon, I think you're on again.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem McCabe,
Aye.
Councilmember Ty,
Aye.
Councilmember Priest,
Aye.
Councilmember Eason,
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor, before we move on, can I just add this? We've talked about it and we've talked around it, but I just want to make sure. I appreciate all these things, but just the order in which these items were listed were priority order from the staff's perspective. So, and it's really a lot of interpretation of what we were thinking council wanted and what the need is. But obviously we'll work with, Bob and John on the financial portion, but just to be clear, even those that we're going to the vote with and all of that, they may not all be issued at the same time. Okay, so we've got to have a budget that supports it. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. Of course, we'll work with our finance people to make sure on it.
All right, appreciate it. Now, are we ready to move on to item J, it's new business, or have we finished with old business? Does anybody have anything? John, yes.
Are we excused?
I was gonna say, you
Hey,
guys, thank
not
you.
if I can't, you gotta stay.
Thank y'all so much. Sorry for
We
y'all listening to me
appreciate,
argue.
yeah,
Good
we
night.
appreciate y'all guys, you know.
Yeah.
You all have a
You
good
are
rest.
troopers. You are troopers. Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
we do appreciate it. We really do.
Have a good evening.
Okay, and we're going to go to regular session, new business.
No, we have item I. Item I.
Well, I thought we termed item I went in with H, did we not? Okay, okay, so we'll take item I is discussion and any necessary action regarding roads, repairs, speeding, and speed limits. I'll take the speed limit part. And I know it takes a traffic study and all of that, and I see Brody is still with us here. The complaint we got from a citizen, in which I'm sure y'all get more than we do, is going on that corner coming off Virginia going to Hickory. Is there anything we can do to slow that down?
The corner of,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
The corner
The,
going from Virginia to Hickory?
no, going from Virginia to Hickory. Well, both ways. That corner is fast and bad.
Yeah, the current speed limit is 25.
Well, nobody knows or nobody does that, Brody. They fly continually through there. In somewhere along the line, could you tag that to be reviewed and see if there's a study needs to be done or not?
Yeah,
That would be, I mean, police is enforcement. If we need to do a speed study, we need to get with an engineer. I mean, so we need to get an engineer. Now, I was thinking that was just FYI, after the meeting last week, Brody did direct officers to patrol that area, and a little bit more. So, Brody, I don't know if you got any response from that, or just the mere presence out there slows them down.
We haven't seen any violations that would deem stopping anyone on Virginia or Hickory. Actually, that's not true, because I did stop one myself on Hickory. But other than that, we didn't really get anything on Hickory. But Main Street, we did. We've gotten several stops with high speeds. Like we got a 75, I think, the other day.
Oh my gosh. Well, and we appreciate that, but what you think needs a traffic study or an adjustment, come back and let Cynthia know.
Okay.
That, we appreciate all your efforts on the thing. And Sam's had his hand up for a while. Sam?
Thank you. Thank you. I have made that corner going from Hickory to Virginia, and I have found that that's quite the dangerous corner, but it's not because of speed, it's because of visibility. If you're on the right-hand side of the road, driving down Virginia, or driving down Hickory, and then you're turning onto Virginia, right there in front of Bill's house, right? I find that the problem is not speed, but visibility. That people want to cut that corner because there's no dashed line, there's no line indicating a line. Okay. I don't recall if there are bushes or trees or what it is that's reducing the visibility, but I think you could make it so that you could see around the corner, distinct there was a car coming.
Yeah.
Or perhaps put dashed lines on the road to encourage the people coming down Hickory onto Virginia to stay on their side of the road. That's just my experience. I mean, as I have driven down that corner, that's what I've experienced.
Well, and coming back the other way, if they're coming very fast, they come over the center of the road. I've seen that happen several times in the past.
Well,
When they're,
I think that might be helped with the visibility.
yeah, it could well be. So Cynthia, whoever you think in your group needs to look at that, let them look at it. And I don't know if it would be Sean or Brody or together. If there's debris that we could cut back, that might help.
We can definitely see if there's debris out there and if there's bushes. I mean, if it's on, yeah, we'll check that out.
Ashley, you.
Well, I did want to say I know there are three people, Mayor, it was you, Ashley, and Elaine, on this item. So the speed limit on 34, 33 was one that she had brought up. And I did want to say, I did reach out to TxDOT. I hadn't heard back from them. Of course, we'll have to do a traffic study. A speed study, to be able to lower that. I did reach out to Kimley Horn, and I've got a ballpark on that. That would be, about $3,500 to do that. And so,
is there not something that we can ask the builders to at least put up some construction signs out in the ditch areas? With all this rain, the guys park out there in the ditch, and they're coming in and out and off of 34, 33, and there'll be 25 trucks parked out there in the road, and they're coming off and on and all that. Now, as it dries out, they'll pull probably onto the property, but that's not what they do. But just some warning signs that there's construction in the area. Is that something that we could do? I hate to spend $3,500, but we don't, in my opinion, 60 miles an hour, right there where all that construction is an accident waiting to happen.
Well, we'd have to get with TxDOT. We can't put signs in there right away.
Okay.
So we'd have to, explore that with them. And I definitely can do that, but we can't just arbitrarily put signs up in there right away. In fact, yeah.
Well, aren't there state laws that require construction sites to have signs?
Well, yeah, there's a whole code that speaks to that. It's the Manual on Uniform Traffic Devices. So there's very specific criteria that has to be met to have those. Kyle looks like he's still on. He can probably speak maybe to a little bit of that, but I can get with TxDOT and see if there's something that they'd be willing to do on that.
Well, I do know that the information that I heard about that came from Peter with PMB group. And so I just wondered, what he might be willing to do to work with TxDOT. But originally that information came known to the city council from Peter, who brought it up, that the way that he phrased it was the mayor has the right to ask that the speed limit be reduced in that area to 45 miles an hour. And so I was just going by what Peter had said.
Yeah, well,
I'm not sure how to go about it, but it sounds like a good plan.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's that simple though, and that's what happens. But anyways, I have spoken with Peter, and he has also talked with TxDOT, so I'm sure he's willing to support anything that we would want to do. But mayors cannot, arbitrarily just lower the speed limit. There's a process. So yes, she can request it, or he or she can request it, but there is a process that you have to go through, and one of those first thing is doing a speed study.
Okay, well, I appreciate you, inquiring. I just wanted us to be proactive. I didn't want it to wait till there was an accident. And school is out basically, but that's going to be short lived, and they're all going to be back, and we're still going to have all the school traffic in that same corridor, all this construction. And so I just wanted us to be proactive and not wait until it became critical. Thanks.
I'll follow up with them.
Anybody else have any? Ashley does.
I think back to the one on Virginia and Hickory is just the residents and stuff. So I guess with the police presence, hopefully we'll stop that. And Cynthia, I guess you are can help us since you work with TxDOT. So hopefully you can twist some arms so we don't have to pay that money and get that done. We're very lean right now. Even though we're spending money on those bonds. So well, okay, so mine was on roads, even though I've already argued on everything prior. So I guess you've already heard about the other ones. I am wanting to address School Road and the speed bumps that are over there that everybody goes around. So that was an issue. You're going to talk to him about the alley. So that was something that wanted to be addressed. And then why we are repairing and keep repairing Ellis, and why we're going over to Crown Point. But Ellis, when I drove around Ellis and took pictures today, that was going to go out to everyone, but Cynthia was so busy. So today, like you're not every day, Cynthia. But when I went over there, their streets are the best in town. So of all the subdivisions. So just as that's what I'm questioning is why that they have fresh asphalt compared to what the other communities look like. So I hope that they're not going to be, repaired anymore. That the other, Bywell's doing taken care of, but there's other places that we need to be addressed. So that was it.
Is that all we have for item I? There's no action to be taken other than we've loaded Cynthia down again. So, hey, so let's move on to regular session, new business. Item J is discussion in any.
Michelle has a question.
I'm sorry, Michelle. Yes.
Can we take a small break before we start this, or?
We can, yeah. And then remember to come back, So it is now, according to my computer, 11 p.m. So please come back about 11:10. Boy, you ought to see how quick everybody's turned off their stuff. So we'll all be back in 10 minutes.
I'm back, ladies.
Michelle is on and Ashley's on. Josh is here and Carmen.
Carvin?
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. You know, we're on number 9 out of about 20 items, so we got to step it up, guys. Step it up.
I already told Shannon it was going to go till 12:09, but I think I'm wrong. Hey, I've been pushing them, Carvin. So I'll push a little harder on these. I just had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That wasn't a very good dinner, so.
Hey, I got the other half of my praline, so I'm glad we have a break. You know?
Thanks, Michelle. I'm glad that you got everybody dinner.
Okay, I believe we're all here. Oh, we're missing Cynthia.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are, and we are. Our break is over. Hey, y'all guys did good. It is 11:10 p.m. and we're starting all over. Regular session, new business. And the first item is discussion and any necessary action regarding amended Chapter 15 Schedule of Fees of the City of Rhome's Municipal Code of Ordinances. It's Shannon explained the two things and we can vote on it and go on.
Well, this is actually the schedule of fees. Last year, the council approved the schedule of fees. We consolidated all of the fees in the ordinance into one chapter. And inadvertently, I left some off. I'll take credit for it. So this is really, for the most part, this is cleanup. So you do have a chart there that identifies what the item is, if it was left off, if there's a current price and a proposed price. There are a couple that were left off at the current price, but we are proposing an increase. And that is just to keep up with, the cost of the administrative services. When, for example, contractor registration was 25. Most cities in Wise County are 75 to 150. So we're saying for 50. So everything you see on that chart, primarily, it was just left off. So we're just putting it on there, and that's what we're asking approval for.
Yes, Sam. Sam, you're muted, hon.
Thank you. I look at this list and I'm kind of lost here because one is I see hot tubs, but I don't see swimming pools. I see solar panels, and I have no idea why, what it is about a solar panel, and what's the fee for a solar panel?
Councilmember Eason, Shana did tell me today, because she thought that question would come up. She said based on the solar panels requests and permits that we've been having, it's about $600 to $700. That's where they mostly have fallen.
For what?
To put solar panels on your house, on your roof.
Right, but it costs $600 to $700. It costs the city $600 to $700 for somebody.
It's the number of inspections that are involved with it and their plan review.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Why aren't in-ground pools? Why do you have hot tubs and not in-ground pools?
Because in-ground pools, are currently in the schedule. What's in the ordinance is just what we are changing or adding. So in-ground pools are already in Chapter 15.
Okay, how about electric windmills? I'm not joking. You're going to
Electric,
put solar panels. What about windmills?
well, if you look at the ordinance, we do have a clause in there that says there, because stuff comes up. Sometimes stuff just comes up that we haven't had before. And there is something in the ordinance that allows city staff to look at the cost and make that adjustment.
Going back on Sam's question, is the solar panels, let's just use that, going back and forth, is it additional inspections that require that, or just the first time, or?
It's actually, we have not had solar panels requested, but they have come up a lot in the last year or so. So since it's being brought to the city, residents are wanting them since they're more popular and trying to get costs down for utilities. We are seeing an increase in those permits. So we needed to put the cost into the schedule of fees so that people understand what it is before they come to us. And what
So,
Cynthia,
okay, so I'm going to put in panels and I come and get a permit to put them in. And then the installer puts them in. Then I have to get them inspected again. But I, as a citizen, would be paying that, wouldn't I? And would it not be a pass along? I guess I'm lost.
Well, first of all, it's not just a pass along. You know, it is a pass along of all the costs. So it's the inspection, it's the plan review. You know, when you're looking at solar panels, we're requiring them to show how they're laid out. And yes, there are different inspections that go along the way. And so there's more than one inspection.
But it's not a pass along then. So does the city make money, I guess, off the inspection fee with our permit?
We're covering our cost of doing business. So it's the permit clerk, it's the admin fees, it's the third-party inspector, and his time, his plan review on that. In fact, we have our reports that were in your packet, and if you look, I believe there's quite a few solar panels on that report.
Well, I'm just trying to envision if we're making money off this deal, or if it's just a pass along.
Well, we're covering the cost of doing business.
Yeah. Okay, Ashley.
That's what I was just about to ask, because on the contractor, why are we only charging $50? And because that seems low to me, instead of charging, say, 75. When you said cities in Wise County are 75 to 150, I think that's low.
Well, again, we're not building up a reserve. We're doing the cost of business. So going from 25 to 75 is quite a jump. We might reevaluate. We're going to bring this back to you on a yearly basis and reevaluate the fees. I mean, that's normally what you do once you have a schedule of fees in a separate chapter. You go back and you evaluate, okay, are there other things that have come up, an electric windmill that wasn't here before, and we've had to develop the cost of that, of permitting that, and we bring it back to you. So we didn't necessarily want to go from 25 to 75. Now, so we are trying to make money here. We're just trying to cover the cost of business. But yes, I mean, if you want us to go to 75, we can.
But if contractors say Sam Brown is a contractor, he's already a contractor for the whole year, so he doesn't have to pay the contractor fee next job site he does. Correct?
It's annual. Yeah, they do it once a year.
So
Yeah.
I suggest we just go ahead and change that to 75 so we can make money. Now, the pavilion rental fee, it's free for residents. Now,
there.
Do
Just
what?
so nothing has changed. We're not proposing a change there.
Or not? Okay. So everything else seems good. I just suggest, council members, because that we should go to $75. $50, 25 is extremely low. $50 is still low. I think we should change that to 75, because when you do contractors, when they do business, they know you're typically going to pay 75 to 150, and even they're going to pay more than other cities out of Wise County. So the way that we're growing, I think we need to do it to 75, because if they're going to start building homes, they're going to build them and keep building within our city. So 75 that's a drop in the hat. So I say let's change that. So what do y'all think, guys?
Josh, you had your hand up a while ago.
Yes, this is more just a note for maybe future reference, Cynthia. I know when I see some of these things that are like changes, why we're needing to change them. So there's an increase in solar panels and whatnot. Is there any way we can add, unless I'm missing it, some numbers for like say the last 3 months, last 6 months that show the increase, and this is why we're changing the prices? So maybe we did 30 permits for solar panels in the last 6 months. I just like to see numbers on why we're increasing stuff. Is that something we could do?
Well, when we are doing that, we're looking at, we're kind of looking at what other cities are doing. We do look at, when you think about the cost of doing business, we've got our staff we've got to pay. We've got, the lights and electricity and all of that. We've got software. We've got office stuff. We've got to pay our third-party inspector. So, I mean, those are all the things that we're looking at. We do look at other cities. We do a lot of research and seeing what other cities are doing, looking at the market, so to speak. So that is something that we do. But I'm not exactly sure we definitely can pull some reports on iWorks, which is nice now that we have that, but I'm not exactly sure what you're asking for.
So like Ashley mentioned, the $25. So say right now we do $25, but we want to up it to the $75. So we get 5 contractors in the next year, okay? Then we up it to $100. Then in the next year, we see that those contractors are going down because our price is going up. So I like to see, the numbers attached with the changes. So if we're changing our prices and they're going up and the numbers are going down, maybe we're going too high. Or maybe if we're at $25 and the numbers are continually increasing, then that would support the cost increase on that. So, I personally would like to see numbers on why we're increasing it rather than we're just upping it $50 because that's what everybody else is doing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely do some cost comparisons between certain time frames. Yes.
Elaine?
Well, to follow up Josh just a little bit, I think that Cynthia's already explained that what they're after here is the cost of doing business. And she works with her staff and they do that cost analysis. And from what I thought that I heard her say, it's not so much about generating additional income, but it's to cover the cost of doing business. And so I don't know that having all of this minute information for us to look at, since it's not a money making situation, it's a break-even situation, that we're looking at. So I hate to ask them to do micromanaging type of reports, which takes their time if they're already doing their due diligence to justify the cost that they're suggesting to us. Does that make any sense?
That does. Oh, sorry. That does, Elaine. Thank you for saying that. Cynthia, thank you for doing this. Can I make a motion that we just change the fee for your contractor to 75, and that's the only thing. So we can just change the contractor fee.
And then adopt the rest of the ordinance as presented.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So Shannon, if you're still awake back there, we do appreciate your hanging in.
I'm trying. Sorry, my voice is going. Mayor Pro Tem McCabe.
Aye.
Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Then we're moving on to item K, discussion and any necessary action regarding the denial of Encore Electric Delivery Company's application to amend its distribution cost recovering factor to increase distribution rates with the city. Shannon, that is you.
Yes, ma'am. Annually, Encore requests a rate change, and we have a membership with our Encore steering committee, and based on the recommendation of the request, they are requesting a denial of the rate increase. The rate increase is by approximately $97,826,277. So this is just basically a housekeeping item that we do every year. We follow along with the steering committee's recommendation, and this year they're recommending that we deny their rate increase request.
So do I hear a motion to accept this denial recommendation? Ashley and Sam, one's 1 and one's 2.
Good enough.
Champ, are you seconding or had a question, Sam?
I'm making a motion that we affirm the denial that Shannon.
Okay. And Ashley, were you seconding Sam's motion? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Shannon, here we go.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe.
Aye.
Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
And Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
We'll go to item L, discussion and any necessary action regarding TCEQ proposed agreed order for enforcement of case 60293. Cynthia, that is yours.
Yes, we had been, I know the Public Works Director has included this in his monthly reports. This is enforcement order we were expecting to come down the pike. Just as a review, we had some complaints about our water pressure and a failure to maintain minimum disinfectant residual at the required level. So we had an investigator come out. They found that we did meet our PSI water pressure. They did take a test, and best practice really when you're taking a test of the water system is to let it flow for 2 or 3 minutes, and this investigator took it right away. And so when they took that sample, it didn't meet. But when they took it, 5 minutes after, it did. And Sean did, they wrote up their report. Sean did challenge the report saying that, this is the best practice, but they came back and said, no, we're standing with the investigator in their decision. And in the grand scheme of things, we're getting off easy because it's $244, number one, but number two, just I think for your sake to understand that this is one where I think it's important to note that, I mean, once they let that water flush for 2 to 3 minutes, I mean, it was on the spot. We got compliance. So this is just, it came back and they said, no, we're going to go ahead and do this. So they're giving us $61 off of the penalty if we do it within 30 days.
Okay, do we want to, Sam? Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation on this issue.
And Michelle Ties seconding your motion. Shannon, your business again. Shannon,
Gabe.
there.
Aye.
Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Righty, now we're going to M, discussion and any necessary action regarding an interlocal agreement between Region 8 Education Service Center and the city for cooperating purchasing services and authorizing the city administrator to execute all necessary documents. Okay, this has got Sean down.
Yes, Mayor. You there? Okay. Sorry. Yes, Mayor. When I was doing the building assessment, I did have PML come out and actually look at our roofs. And during their um, inspection of our roofs, they found that there was some storm damage. TML will only repair storm damage, not wear and tear. And so again, during their investigation of all city buildings, they came and they noticed that there was storm damage on the fire station facility, partially also on the community center and public works. And so what this agreement does, agreement allows us to enter in a cooperative purchasing program through this Region 8. And it also allows this approved TML contractor to do this work. And since it is going through um, the I just lost my train of thought. Through the process of the pre-bid process through this Region 8, it forgoes the bidding process because they've already done the bidding process through this Region 8 organization. And so they found that there was about $50,000 worth of damage to the facilities, and this agreement allows us to get those facilities repaired through TML contractors at no cost to the city.
Ashley?
Yes. Okay, Sean, you just said it was no cost to the city, but at the beginning of it, you said that there was cost on what did you say at the beginning of it? You were cutting in and out. So.
Okay. All right, this it's an interlocal agreement that allows a TML approved contractor to make necessary repairs to the cost of the repairs based on the inspection was $50,000. However, TML covers the cost because TML is our insurance company. And so it's a twofold process that we're approving the TIPS program, which is a interlocal cooperative purchasing program. And this will allow the TML contractor to repair the city's the fire station and the fire station and the public works facilities at no cost to the city.
Okay, but why are we wanting to do this when we just are asking for a bond? That's just like before when the previous council spent $150,000 to put a new roof on the old school. So why are we going to do nothing in lives for free. So there has to be something to go along with this. So why are we wanting to put a new roof on the fire and the public works? So
Our roofs are leaking
right.
due to storm damage, and we TML. Are you familiar who TML is to the city?
Yes.
Okay, so TML through this program, yes, we pay insurance and all that stuff. However, it's just like a claim. This is no cost to the city because they are an insurance company.
But
So
what did
why?
we?
I mean, that's
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
so based on this estimate, there's $50,000 that we can repair to the facility at no cost to the city to repair the leaking roofs that are in our facilities.
Did we not have to pay a deductible? I mean, but why did we only go to this? I mean, why did we only pick this one? Did we not have to pay a deductible? I guess because I just paid a deductible on, for
No,
the same thing.
it's no the program that the city entered into with TML a while back allows us not to have to pay a deductible.
Okay.
And reason why is this is a TML appointed contractor. Actually, TML came out to inspect the roof, and then they have a contractor that will do the construction. TML selected the contractor because they're a TML approved contractor. Again, no cost to the city. So
Actually, if I can jump in there just a little bit and help Sean out there, we get to avoid the cost of procurement by going through this co-op. The co-op has done all of the work for us to select this particular contractor. By entering into the co-op agreement, we don't have to do a separate procurement on behalf of the city. So that doesn't cost the city anything other than signing on the co-op agreement. So it's a win-win for the city.
Okay. I just did too good to be true when I read through this, it said we don't have to pay anything. So I just wanted to be clear on it. And especially since we're wanting to get a bond that for the municipal complex. So just want to be clear on everything.
This won't have any bearing on the bond or anything like that. It'll get us a new roof, no deductible, and no cost of staff to have to go through procurement processes that they normally would.
Okay. Thank you for answering that.
Do we actually need to accept that since it's not our money, Carvin, or are we okay? Do we need to
We do
vote?
need to authorize Cynthia to sign the documents.
Oh, okay. Do I hear a motion to that effect? Josh and Elaine, one of y'all's one and one's Elaine's. Josh, if you make the motion, Elaine's going to second it.
That works for me. I make a motion that we authorize the city administrator to execute all necessary documents for this interlocal agreement with Region 8 Education Service Center.
And Elaine has seconded. So Shannon.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe.
Aye.
Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest. I'm sorry, Councilmember Priest, you're muted.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
Thank you. And Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we're moving on now to O, discussion and necessary action.
Mayor.
Sorry, I've skipped one. Let me throw my paper back in. We need to address N, discussion and any necessary action regarding assigning one council member without bank signatory authority to review monthly bank reconciliations. Cynthia?
This is just because last time Councilmember McCabe was elected the mayor pro tem. It's just having somebody else do the bank reconciliations because he's now a signer on the account, so you need somebody else to do the bank recs.
Okay, y'all pick your favorite person and nominate them. Oh, Sam, I'm sorry, he's already working on it. Yes, Sam, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Mrs. Priest, would you be willing to fulfill this position?
You're
I'll be glad
muted
to
there.
help. I'll be glad to help.
Then I'd like to nominate Mrs. Priest.
And do we have a second? Ashley seconding, and Michelle seconded after Ashley. So we're in good shape. Okay, Shannon.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe.
I vote aye that me and Elaine swap jobs.
Councilmember Ty.
Aye.
Councilmember Priest.
Aye.
Councilmember Eason.
Aye.
Councilmember Majors.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we're getting ready to go to O. Discussion and any necessary action on economic development and the creation of a business advisory focus group. Elaine, this is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. We've talked around this and talked about the need for quite a while, and we kind of got started on this, and then COVID came along and redirected everybody's attention. And so I just think it's a key element. I think our businesses have been neglected. I think that they have a lot to offer, and so whatever we can do as a city council and to help economic development improve within our community, I think it'll make a lot of difference to new businesses looking at us, wanting to be here. I think that whether it's retail, commercial, or residential, I think that they look for that in a city, and I think we've been lax doing so. I think that I visited with several folks, and of course this is pre-COVID pretty much, or the early onset of COVID, and everyone I talked to was excited about it, from the law firm to Raz and his businesses on the corners there, and the pharmacy. My brain's getting a little tired here too. So I think that we need to move forward. I think we need to put some effort into this, and I'm glad to help it any way that I can. I think it takes all of us understanding what we need to do, but really this is a step in helping the businesses and the commercial retail folks that are invested in our community to organize themselves. I'd also like to say that we mentioned before that as we were discussing buildings, I would surely like to investigate working with the Chamber of Commerce, the Wise County Chamber of Commerce, for an Eastern Wise County facility in our town. I think we're primed for that. I think that it can be helpful to the entire county, but for us in particular, we are on the eastern edge, which is right up against Tarrant County and Denton County and those counties that have huge growth. And, it's just coming our way, ready or not. And so whatever plan we need to come up with, but one of the things that we talked about was a focus group, developing a business advisory group, kind of like we've done with thoroughfares and the parks and like that. There's things that we cannot do on the economic development side as a city or city council, but there's nothing that prevents us from looking at economic development and then partnering with all of those folks that can benefit from that, because ultimately the city benefits from that. So I don't want this to be a long discussion, but I do think we need to talk about what we can do next, and how do we get started doing it.
Okay, and you said previously y'all were doing this before COVID. Did you already have a council approval for this type of group?
What we did was we just met with them. Like I met with Raz. I met with I'm really getting a little tired here, but met with the attorney's office, and I just asked them. I said, "Would you be interested in participating with a focus group or advisory group to begin the discussion?" And their feedback was all of them wanted to participate. Everyone I spoke to wanted to participate, and of course they're looking at how to better their own business. So then we got into COVID, and that committee didn't move forward.
Okay, so you never got blessing by the council. You're kind of asking for this council to see. Is that kind of, am I missing something?
Well, go ahead, Cynthia.
I was just going to interject. I think, everything that she said, but I mean, I talk to several people and I field calls all the time. A lot of people, they read our comprehensive development plan, and, I've talked with them and they're excited about the potential for Rome. So I think, what we had done was we developed basically a questionnaire to get input from the business community, and engaging them and seeing how they what would work for them. What do they need as business owners? How can we facilitate that? No, we're not, we're not an EDC, but what can we do to facilitate that? So if we can engage and kind of corral the energy that we have, and like Council Member Priest said, she talked to a lot of people that were excited about the possibilities of getting with other business people and seeing what ideas could be generated and how we could move forward in developing an economic development strategy. And, so that can look like, what do they need? How can the city support them? Do we need to do a chamber? Do we need to do, are they supportive of a downtown district, or should it be a main street? When you look at the comprehensive development plan, we talked a lot about that, but it lays out a downtown district or a main street. And you have a lot of people that want to capture what Rome has to offer and the historical quaintness. We're not going to be those big box stores like you're going to see over in Rolling V. And what they're wanting to find is something that they could participate and make Rome unique, that would be a draw for people. So it's really trying to capture and corral all that, business experience and the ideas, and see how Rome could develop that and how we can develop a vision for revitalizing the downtown area.
Yes, Ashley.
Actually, this past few days, I've been in contact with a citizen, and also spoke with Jazz about using his property for a farmer's market. So that is a possibility for Rome. So that is something that could be happening, hopefully next month or in July. But thank you, Elaine. I'm glad I have someone to work with me on, because I've talked to the business owners just when I'm going in to see how their business is going and what can we do. How can I help them, just as me being on council, because, if it's doing the substandard, trying to get the other business, other places around cleaned up, what can we do? Because like I always say, if it was social media, developers, other businesses, everyone, as well as driving down the streets, they all see that. And that's how we can all get, how we can get more businesses coming through. So I love it. I love the idea. I would love to help you with it, whatever I can do. So let me know. But that's my thing I'm helping with right now. So if we get a farmer's market, there is right now 30 people that are interested and being a part of it. So so we're working really hard to get that going.
Yes, Josh.
I've talked to Elaine and Cynthia about this exact same thing. An economic development corporation, COC, different entities. And I know I spoke on it before, but I'm with Elaine on this. I think this would be a great opportunity, especially with the growth coming towards us. I think involving the businesses and all of this growth that's coming would be a huge benefit to us. And just getting the businesses to help reinvest in the community alone. So I know Cynthia's got a lot on her plate already, but I would like to, if everybody's in agreement, that we have Elaine move forward with, since she's already got the rapport with people, with building this advisory group and taking action and seeing where she can get with this. Are you okay with that, Elaine?
Well, I just want to, I want us to do it in the right fashion. I want it to be structured in a way that that we're all participants in some, in ways that we're all positive and we visit. But the thing is not to necessarily do it for our retail and commercial businesses, but to assist them in taking their leadership role with this effort. Does that make sense? Because ultimately they're the ones that we want them to survive. As these other businesses come in, we want the guys and the ladies that are already here to insulate them in some fashion. But yes, they will pick up some residual growth, but we also want to make sure that the competition doesn't overwhelm them.
Right. No, you
Because they've been
make
here a
complete
long
sense
time.
because the council should stay out of an EDC and whatnot.
Mhm.
But as far as spearheading it and getting it going, they could definitely use our help in getting it together. And once they're up and running, we kind of leave it to them. So, but with your experience with the local communities and or local businesses and assisting and whatnot, I would definitely like to see you working to put this group together, because I know you've got the experience of leadership and the way you put things to people. You'll definitely understand what we're trying to accomplish here. And I think you would be the perfect person to kind of put this together, but also keep the council involved as you see fit on it. So I think you're probably the best option we have.
Well, and Cynthia will, I'd want to fall back on you as far as how the best practice to go about this effort. But the other thing is, I want to say, Mayor, you've been here, most, I guess, all of your life, and everybody that's here, how they came here, what their investment in the community is. I wouldn't want to do this by myself. I really want the mayor to participate in some way. And of course, Ashley, she's a go-getter. She's out every day. So, but I do think the enthusiasm of having more than one person. I don't mind being the secretary and keeping up with the factual information and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, I do think it's something that we need to do. I think it's helpful to our community. I do think that economic development is something we can't ignore anymore. It is a critical piece in our financing. It's a critical piece in trying to secure additional retail commercial. It is a critical piece in being successful with grants that we talked about that a little bit, that one of the grants we were looking at to help do some of the funding on the old City Hall building. The two of the major questions, 15 points out of 100 were, what is your Chamber of Commerce in support of this effort? And number two is, what about your economic development district? How do they relate to what you're doing? And what commitment have you made financially to your own community that you are now asking for additional money? So those kinds of questions are the kinds of things that we see on those alternative funding. And so this plays a big part in a picture in how successful we can be in some of the additional funding. So there's all kinds of collaborative things that go on, but it's all for the betterment, and it's all good, for the betterment financially, not only of the businesses and themselves, but what we're trying to do to keep our city moving forward. So.
Carvin, I think we're all in agreement, but I'm confused as to whether we need to appoint a committee and let Elaine head it, or just work together. Do we need something formal?
Well, can I interject here? What I would recommend is that you continue on. We didn't get there, but what we were going to do was gather. We had one-on-one conversations with the business owners. So I think we need to have a situation where we're bringing the business owners into a room, whether it's virtual or in person, whatever that is, and we have this conversation. We had already structured that conversation through some questions. And then out of that, really kind of see where they want to go with it. And if it's something that they're wanting to say, hey, we do want to be involved, then we can create, that's one thing that comprehensive development plan talks about is, creating, you can call it a business advisory group, you can call it an economic development committee, whatever you want to call it. That's what the comprehensive development plan envisions. But before we go down that road of creating that committee, it might behoove us to just get with the business community and kind of see what their ideas are and what do they need, what's important to them, and how involved do they want to be. Business does beget business, so that's what chambers are really all about, is encouraging that business growth and networking. And so I would start there and then go, and maybe the next step is creating a formal ad hoc committee. But let's get the input from the businesses to see if they're interested in going that far with it.
Anybody else? Ashley?
I agree with Cynthia, because there's some things I think that we need to get with the businesses first, because when I'm out talking to some of the businesses, because there's one business that I've been speaking with, and he's bought the business for 6 months and we have let him down, and it's pretty embarrassing. And so I'm going to put that's at the end of the agenda. So I'm going to put someone on the agenda, but at the end. But we've let him down as a city. So I think we need to get out and speak to each business and find out what they want. So I agree with you, Cynthia.
So Cynthia, I don't think we need a motion. We just need to direct staff or council, whatever, to move forward with this.
Well, whoever wants to be involved. I mean, it looks like, council member Majors and council member Priest want to be involved, and maybe the mayor. But we can continue to have a few one-on-one conversations, but then I think we need to bring them together as a group and have a conversation. And that's what a focus group is. And I'm happy to facilitate that group. With questions and stuff, we've developed some questions already. We can get council member Major's input and Mayor Wilson's input into some of those questions, and just have that conversation and then see where it goes from there.
Okay. Good luck, Elaine and ladies.
Thanks.
It'll be great. It's lovely.
I'm excited. You know what? I'm thrilled. Thank you, Elaine, for putting this on here. I'm thrilled.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome. Now we're moving on to Q. We skipped P, or we've already done P. We moved it to the front. Now we're to Q, discussion and necessary action regarding authorizing the city administrator to purchase necessary audio visual equipment, software, etc., to prepare for eventual in-person meetings and allow for live streaming.
Well, so
And this is with Sam and Cynthia.
well, we've been talking about this, and I know Councilmember Easton put this on the agenda. We've been talking about it. Of course, Councilmember Majors has been talking about it. I have been researching the equipment. We're looking at anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 to get the equipment that we need, that I talked about there. So we need a camcorder, we need an encoder, we need a tripod, we need some software, and we need a sound system that's better than what we have in the community center right now. And and we got to get that all organized and get it together, because it looks like in-person meetings are coming sooner rather than later. So one of the challenges will be that this was not a budgeted purchase. We can probably get a little bit from savings. We can get some from technology, from court, because we will share it eventually. So we can do that. I have contacted a couple of organizations that put these do these projects, but I think that that's going to be fairly expensive. So, and also not knowing exactly where we're going to end up as far as facilities, I don't know that we want to invest a whole lot of money in this right now. If something else, obviously an AV system in a municipal complex, I mean, you're probably going to be looking at $50,000 easily.
Ashley?
Yes, Cynthia, 5 to 15,000. I know I'm the one that speaks every meeting and wants to have in person. So I'm going to quote, I like what Sean said during my argument with him. Don't want to spend money to satisfy us for a couple of years. I don't think spending $5,000 to $15,000. I just watched Justin, Decatur, Northlake, and that's just our neighbors surrounding us do Facebook Live because it's free. And whoever these 19 people, but I'm not even looking to see who it is. I would ask whoever is listening to our city council meeting tonight, if you can, email, or if you can go on social media to see if you would like to do a Facebook Live and to watch us. And then if not, I know you shake your head on it, but that's what all of these other cities are doing, are in-person meetings.
Facebook Live, because not everybody has Facebook Live.
Okay, but then they can do the telephone. We do not need to, y'all just spend money like it's just easy to spend, but we don't need to spend $5,000 to $15,000. Yes, shake your head. To spend $5,000 to $15,000, and then it's going to be, that's just easy. I mean, just to spend $5,000 or $15,000, it just baffles me. And we don't need to spend, for one. Two, they can do, the ones that are on here can do Facebook Live, or can we not do the call in and do something easy like that to where we can do the telephone? I know that there's other cities. Whenever I was calling other cities, they said yes, they did it. So, and I have a list, but I didn't put it tonight. But where you did like the telephone, where we have it and we have the telephone set up, and they can still do like where they call in, like the where you can call in and listen, so they can listen to our meeting. But why spend the money? Why? I mean, or why not have in person and do where, say you only wanted 10 people in it, in the building, do reservations or something. I mean, our council members didn't have a problem sitting at the table next to each other. Why can't we go back to in-person meetings? I mean, open it all the way back up. What is the issue? I mean,
Sam? You're muted, Sam. Sam,
Hey,
you're muted. There you go.
thank you. Cynthia, how much money are you talking about? Is it 5 to 15,000? Is it 3 to 5,000 to get us the basic capability of creating a live stream of these meetings and then recording them, putting them out on Facebook or not on YouTube?
Well, if you guys have more experience being in the community center. So the sound system and the mics that we have do not work well. And if you're going to stream it, if people on Facebook Live, even if we do Facebook Live, which I wouldn't say that that's what we should do because not everybody has that. You can't save those videos and post the videos. They can't hear. So we have to get a portable sound system. That means 12 mics. 10 mics for, the council staff and the podium. So yes, it's going to be, obviously we can probably do something for 6,000, 7. I'm just trying to give a range. I'm not going to say I'm going to go on a shopping spree at all by any stretch of the imagination. I'm trying to get by as cheap as we can, but we also want to have quality video so we can post it, because right now, it's not a good thing not to be in person. I would agree with Council Member Majors. But one of the benefits is that we've had this, capability through these virtual platforms to be able to post these recordings, and people can easily see facial expressions. They can hear, they can go watch it again if they weren't able to be at the meeting. And if we don't have quality mics and a sound system that can pick up the voices, just sitting in the room. Again, I didn't have a whole lot of experience because I was at all of 2 meetings before COVID hit, and we were virtual. But I think it's been a challenge to hear in that room. So the sound system to pick up on a recording has to be there.
Well, one of the things I'd like to propose, and I'd be willing to, if you could find a way to get it done for, say, $5,000, if the council can assure me that they pay me back, I'd be willing to give the city of Rome an interest-free loan of $5,000 towards this. And you could give me $5,000 in the next budget and pay me back. I could get you a check tomorrow.
That could be a conflict, Sam. We don't.
Interest-free loan?
I know, but it's from a council person. I don't know. We'd have to run it through Carvin. Appreciate your,
Carvin? Hello,
Carvin.
You sleep, Carvin?
Oh, Carvin's still here.
I'm still here. I'm thinking about it. Let me think on it. I'm not going to make a ruling tonight. I don't think there's an immediate problem with the council member making a donation, but I'll need to think about that.
Oh, it's not a donation. It's an interest-free loan.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right.
yes, it is.
Donation, we would have just passed it.
Like I said. I'm with you. Give a donation, Sam said.
Okay, Josh is about to give up on us. Josh?
Just a random thought that just occurred to me, and you never know unless you ask. What about partnering with Northwest ISD and maybe their AV club or their government club and some sort of extra credit or club activity or something like that? If they bring their equipment out and assist us in running meetings, and we can write some recommendations for them or extra credit, something. Just trying to think outside of the box here. Save us a little bit of money. That way it gives us a little bit of time to come up with the money for this stuff. So Sam
Well,
doesn't have to pay out of pocket for it.
bummer, school's out for the summer.
There's
So
always summer clubs, summer activities.
I know.
There's always something. Just thinking.
I know. That's a good thought though, because they do it
Yeah.
Northwest
But
has that. So good idea, Josh. Thank you.
What, and say we do whatever, and I'm sitting home and I want to see the council meeting, what do I need to have? A TV, a computer? I mean, are we running into things that people will not have?
Most cell phones these days, we can hold meetings from. So I know several occasions I've used my cell phone to call in, and you can do it just fine. But if there's those that have that flip phone or jitterbug phone or something without the screen, then they can call in on the telephone line and listen. But
You can call in on this then, okay?
yeah, we can definitely make it so you can still call in.
But she's asking with the what Cynthia's wanting to purchase and everything. What?
it's live streaming, so yes, we would have a link. They would have to go to it and live stream it. Just it's somewhat like Facebook actually, except not everybody has a Facebook account. And so we can't, anybody can, if we do Facebook, they have to have a Facebook account. So if we do it through YouTube, you can just, you don't need to have a membership to get it through YouTube.
So are you saying if you're doing so whatever you're purchasing and you're going to live stream it, it's only through YouTube?
Yes.
Okay, but we're never going to get the 10,000 subscribers that you want. So how can you're going to live stream it, but they have to have
around it. There's ways around that. It's not 10,000, it's 1,000, but there's ways around it.
But if I'm wanting to watch you live stream it, but I wasn't a subscriber, how would I do that?
You can. You don't have to be a subscriber. We send them a link.
Okay.
Okay, and here I go, still not understanding 100%. I have 3 smart TVs and I have no idea why I bought smart TVs. But if I knew how I could stream it, Cynthia, on my TV or not.
Yes, I mean, we would, just like we give them a link to this go-to platform, we give them a link, right, to dial or a phone number to dial in. You guys a link, people a phone number to dial in. We would give them a link to our Facebook Live page, and you don't have to have a subscription to do it. Whereas Facebook, believe it or not, there's still people that don't have Facebook accounts, and so they would be standing and shaking her head. She's one. And so we don't want to leave anybody out. This would be accessible to all.
So when are we going to open up the community center to our city council to where we allow citizens in? When do you think we'll?
Well, that's the whole point of this conversation, is to be able to go back to in person.
Yeah.
While we're in person.
So I thought, so we are going to allow citizens?
In person and video for those that that don't want to come.
Okay.
And to record it so we can continue, as I understood what the council made a motion about and passed an ordinance a couple of months ago, was that once we did go back in person, we want the capability to continue what GoToMeeting has afforded us. And that is to be able to live stream so people can see it live or listen to it live, and then we record it and then we post it and people can view it. So when we go back in person, it was my understanding that what council wanted, so maybe correct me if I'm wrong with my understanding, that once we go back in person, which looks like it's coming sooner rather than later, is that you all wanted us to have a system in place to be able to continue to provide this service. And so it's live streaming. Okay, so people can see it live, and we have the capability to record it and then still post it on our YouTube channel. Was I wrong in that understanding? We passed an ordinance on it.
I just think we're wrong for spending that. I think that if we're going to have it actual in person where the citizens can come in and sit down, then they can come in and sit down. And if not, we need to have it free and have a Facebook. So that's it. So they have two options. They can come in the door and sit down and watch it, or they can watch it on Facebook, and then that's it. So we don't spend the money because we need to save the money and spend it somewhere else. So that's what I would like to do. So,
Okay, Josh, there's a couple of things for you to consider.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
one of them is that COVID has not gone away. It is still infecting people. And there is still a group of people that refuse to be vaccinated and also refuse to wear masks. And so that means that everybody else has to be proactive. The other thing is that that building over there is still not handicap accessible. So some of those people that are able to watch and view are people who can't get in our building. So this affects some of our veterans. It affects some of our disabled people. It affects some people that are temporarily ill. And so this gives a way for all the citizens of Rome to be able to participate if they choose to do that. It gives everybody in this town an option that doesn't cost them anything. Yes, there is a cost to us to get the equipment, but the entirety of the city then has the opportunity of participation. And it's not very helpful that our veterans, our disabled, our temporarily disabled, ill people cannot get in our buildings right now, at least not easily. And so that helps circumvent until we can get these buildings taken care of, as well as COVID. We cannot pretend that COVID doesn't exist. I mean, we can have people show up at the door and say, well, we'll let you in if you've been vaccinated, or that you have to wear a mask, but I'm suspecting that that's not what you want. And so, but I'm just saying that recently I know of a particular situation where a family went to a gathering that was a kind of a religious gathering, and they all came back with COVID.
No. Well,
so if we think that it's gone away and that somehow miraculously nobody's going to get it, or it stopped transmitting, that's a fallacy. And so
right.
we still have the responsibility of health and safety.
Yes, ma'am. Now, Sam, are you doing a donation so we can go ahead and make a motion?
Well, Josh is trying to ask something.
Sorry, I was already ready. I was waiting for it.
Elaine stole most of my thunder on that one, but I do want to add that, you know, with the electronic equipment and streaming, you know, we have a right to give the opportunity to our citizens to be involved in every way possible, whether it's phones, cameras, whatever, because we have to adapt with the times. It wasn't that long ago that we didn't have DoorDash and Uber Eats, and, you know, COVID changed the whole restaurant system to where everything, you know, changes. So we've got to adapt to allow all of our citizens an opportunity. So this is why we need the AB system. But aside from that, with the in-person meetings, we do also have a flooring issue that we do need to correct first. I won't go too far into that one because it's off topic, but yeah, like, what's the answer on this? Do we need to authorize Cynthia to do this now? Do we want her to look into Northwest options with the school and teaming up, or what's the answer on this one so we can move forward? I got to be up at 6 for work, so I'm trying to get through this stuff.
I don't want to, if Sam's not going to donate the 5,000, I just don't want to spend a lot of money. So let's move, let's make a motion and get it done as cheap as possible, because y'all know I've been arguing with you every council meeting I want to see y'all and be able to work, side by side, so I don't have to keep my hand raised all the time. So let's make a motion. So Cynthia, you tell us what we need to do. So, or Carvin, what is Carvin, is Sam allowed to give us a donation or give us a check or something, however that works?
Ashley, I said that I would give an interest-free loan. I don't know why you find this thing.
I'm giving you a hard time. Sorry.
Well, you're acting like a childish little teenage girl. Why don't you try to grow up and act like an adult? I talked about an interest-free loan. Come play like you don't.
Cynthia, what kind of motion do we need?
Sounds like a not to an exceeded amount motion.
I'm making a motion that not to exceed $6,000.
And if that doesn't work, come back and we'll do all this again.
Okay.
Does that sound, is 6,000 reasonable? I have no idea.
It's going to be tight. We'll see. We'll see. I'll let you. I mean, I priced them out, but yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to be tight, but let me see.
But if you can split it with, can't you split some with municipal court? Can they help you?
Yeah, Josh, would you be able to touch base with Northwest as Cynthia does this?
I can do my best. I may be able to, I don't know, contact other AV guys I know through work related businesses. Maybe we can hire someone on contract work. I don't know. I can at least get information and find out though.
I can do through Northwest.
What I would say, I mean, I like the idea of the volunteers, but we need, because it's a public meeting, it's a professional meeting, and there's no room for error. And I'm not saying that, there would be, but, we need to be thinking about that as well. And I think somebody said, I'm not sure who it was, but I mean, they are going, they're going to be out for summer. If we were going to do that, I would recommend more of a college versus high school.
I wouldn't say that this would be a permanent solution, but at least get us to the budget, and we can maybe, move some stuff around and fit it in the next budget, possibly, short-term kind of thinking.
Okay, are we okay with that? Is everybody okay?
We still need a second.
Do we not have a second?
No, ma'am.
So we don't want to, Sam has got a second. So we do have a motion and a second to allow $6,000 for equipment to accommodate streaming and whatever. So Shannon, let's call for a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem McCabe?
Aye.
Councilmember Ty?
Aye.
Councilmember Priest?
Aye.
Councilmember Eason?
Aye.
Councilmember Majors?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and we've got one last thing before executive session. It is item R, discussion and any necessary action regarding parks. And that is Josh.
Oh, no, Josh is saying no, it's me.
Okay.
I'll make this as quick as possible because Sean's already helped me out, and we get 2 new equipment. So I went by and looked at the parks again today. There's a couple of issues that that need to be addressed. That we're not cutting the trees down in the family park. And I don't know if it was Josh or Sam that talked about the Veterans Park, that they went and planted flowers or something. So I don't know who exactly it was, but I don't know if it was if they went in after I went by there this afternoon or if it was before. But I go by there pretty frequently, and I'm pretty disappointed that we don't take pride in our parks. So I know that this is put onto the agenda frequently. So I'm just a little disappointed. So that's just on, little simple things. Let me go back. I know it's getting late. So if we need to table this agenda
Oh, no. We're not tabling this. What do you mean we don't take pride in our parks? Do you spend a lot of time going out there planting bushes and flowers?
Sam, right now, I don't know when they went by to plant flowers in the Veterans Park, but on any given day, there's not flowers that are planted and maintained in the Veterans Park. So
okay, it's real simple, Ashley. All you have to do is put it in the city's budget. I don't know where you think all this manpower and money comes from. You need to put it in the city's budget for the Parks Board. If you want people to work it, you need to hire these people. If you want more flowers and bushes and trees, then we need to buy them. And it all comes from money. You complain about the parks, but yet it's like you want people to just start doing all this work for free. Now, you want public works people to spend all their time trimming the trees in the park? Then I'll tell you what, why don't we put in the budget that we hire somebody else in public works, and that's all they do is they garden the parks. Okay?
I don't think.
You don't want to spend money, you want to complain about the parks.
Okay, you know what? We want to get another park, but we need to maintain the one that we have. I go by there, I walk around, our trees are hanging. I've asked, it's going to be one of my things that I put on for the budget as to why we have never had, and it's that there's not a fence that splits the park and the gentleman's property. But that's not what I'm here to talk about tonight. I'm talking about there's not mulch that's underneath the swing sets, and we're getting the playground equipment replaced, so check that off the list. But there's, no flowers or nothing, the bushes and stuff that's in the family park. There's not paint, simple paint that the city, we could find money in the Parks Board. I don't know. I look at the minutes and stuff, but simple paint on the signs. Let me go back to my pictures. It's been a long night. So this simple, painting the sign. This is stuff that, I haven't been on the council that long, but that's been pushed over and pushed over. Where it says a Texas local park grant. I mean, that one needs to be taken care of. Okay, I don't know what time. I went by at 4:00 this afternoon. Okay, those red wooden flower boxes, those in front, in the Veterans Park, those things need to be thrown away. The flowers are, they're little, I don't know what you want to call them, grass plants. There's a little bit left in those. And then behind the wall, it's only dead leaves from the tree on the other side of the property next door. The rose bushes actually are trimmed today. Other times that they are not, they have grass coming out of them and on the other bushes out there. It's depressing. I always, complain. And the poor complain.
All you like to do is complain.
Guess what,
Sam? More people employed. You want all these things done. But yet step up with the money or maybe go do them yourself.
Okay, then guess what?
Hey. Let's, it's late. We got here.
It's late and it is.
It's now Friday. So, Josh, what do you have, hon?
Well, hold on just a second. Joanne, hold on just a second. So, you know what? Only thing that I want addressed, and I will go out and walk it if I have to go do it myself tomorrow morning. I want the Veterans Park. We have dignitaries coming on Saturday morning that the Rome Veterans is putting on, that needs to be cleaned up. I don't know who sells the bricks and why is
Actually, you're really out of order. The mayor has recognized someone else. You
okay,
really
sorry.
respect the mayor's.
Sorry. I apologize.
Yes, Josh.
Thank you. So I'm going to take both sides here, and I hope both of y'all don't jump me. From Sam's point of view, coming from the park stuff, a lot of this needs to be addressed at the parks meetings. So if there's issues with the plants or the slides or the water fountain or the whatever, I would highly suggest that citizens or council or anyone else take it to the Parks and Rec and address it there. Maybe they have answers that, will answer some of the questions, but we need to follow the chain of command. Start with the Parks and Rec. If they don't get it answered, then you can go to the city hall. They don't answer it, then you bring it to the council. But that's what we need to follow. Now, on Ashley's point, I have noticed some things down there, and I notice it because I can see it from my house. There have been several vehicles parked late at night up against that fence with the entrance to the plant that probably shouldn't be there. That's a little shady to me. That road right there in front of the park coming down Sterling is destroyed by those construction trucks going through there. So that's definitely one of the roads I know I'm sure is on Sean's list to fix. But also the amount of kids that come down Sterling and Troxel and Virginia to get to that park, there are no clear crosswalks or crosswalk signs. So I think for a safety standpoint, we need to, and again, Sam's right on this, it's going to take money to do it, but I think we need to find some way to put some sort of side crosswalk signs and paint on the road, at least for the children to get to the park. So that's all I got to say on the parks.
Josh, are there any faded crosswalks available there?
There's some very dated ones on Virginia coming down Sterling, but with the construction trucks that go into that plant right there at that entrance and exit, they're destroyed. You can't hardly see them unless you knew.
Okay. I'm just thinking if we could get somebody to repaint them or something.
So maybe if you get them repainted, but again, they're going to wear out with the trucks. That's why maybe we need to put up crosswalk signs there, something like that. So that's all I got.
Yeah. So who would put the signs up? The Parks Committee or Sean? I'm still confused on
I
who's
believe on the roadways, that would probably be Public Works that would handle that.
Okay, Sean, are you with us still?
Yes, usually on signs and traffic signs, I have to go back to the ordinance, but I think the police chief has to technically request it and then council has to approve it. That's what I think the ordinance states, but I have to go back and refresh myself on that.
Okay. Let us know what we need to do because Josh has got a very valid point, particularly with all the traffic that's beginning to go up and down there. Yes, Ashley.
Okay, who does the bricks in the Veterans Park? Who sells them for the names with the fallen heroes?
I think the Veterans Group, but I'm not sure. At one time, the Veterans
Group applications at City Hall. They come into City Hall. They pay City Hall. City Hall orders the bricks, and then Public Works puts the bricks in the park.
Okay, and I know that I added on here, and yes, I do argue about it. And so to Josh, to your point, is it goes back to Public Works, to Parks and Rec Board, but I know reading the minutes, and I don't have it right in front of me again, but I know that they ordered flowers, but it's not. I mean, I argue, I guess, and say things. I'm the one who, I guess, argued about not having flowers at City Hall 2 years ago, and Terry Priest was so kind and volunteered. So I guess, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Sam, yes, I do argue a lot, but I want this town to be pretty and do things.
I'm with you on. I'm with
So
you on.
you didn't notice the 29 new plants that were put into Veterans Park today? You didn't notice, that the work done at City Hall, and they recognized them at the last
Yes.
meeting?
No, that was beautiful. But I didn't notice at 4 o'clock today. Whenever I went by there, they have the grass things in the red box. They weren't flowers. So no, it doesn't look. I mean, no, I didn't. That didn't look like flowers. They were just like grass. So I don't like the red plant.
There were 29 dead plants that were dug up and 29 new plants that were put in.
It's plants, but it didn't look like
look a little closer. Maybe you ought to ask about the plants that they were able to get donated for free into Family Park around the butterfly bench.
Okay, maybe I need to go, but when I walked today, I didn't see.
Okay.
But I
Maybe
think
you ought to do a little more of your homework, and you ought to start finding out what's going on and who's doing what, and start being more constructive instead of just complaining all the time.
Okay, let's move on.
Elaine. That way, Sam, but when I look at my pictures, and another thing, when I look at them, it didn't. Whenever I look at the monkey grass around the butterfly garden and I don't see flowers at 4
Actually,
o'clock.
you're talking over the mayor again. You really need to let the mayor run the meeting.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Okay, Elaine.
Yeah, I just want to say several things. Number one, it's not our job to micromanage things as being city council people. That's number one. We've got staff to do that. And we also have a wave of volunteers. But I will tell you what I know about the flowers and the plant situation. Terry Priest was born to dig holes and put things in the ground so they grow. That's all he cares about. Whether it's a plant or a vegetable or a flower, he doesn't care. And so he loves to go over to City Hall and dig holes and plant flowers. He likes to do it. And Tommy Eason has helped us off and on ever since we've been doing that. So then we run into the situation where we have the freeze from hell hit us. And I can't tell you how many thousands of dollars of plants have been replaced at my house, but I can tell you that the plants over at the park and at the Veterans and also at the City Hall froze to death. I can also tell you we've had more than 8 inches of rain in the month of May. So when you have these plants, especially the shrubbery that dies, then you not only have to go out there and trim them off at the ground, you've got to dig the roots straight up out of that ground. That's not easy to do when you've got about 2 feet of mud that you're working in. So whether we're looking at what the Public Works is trying to do over in the park, whether you're talking about what Terry's trying to do, what the Parks and Rec's trying to do, the fact is that we've had an enormous amount of rain, which has interfered with everything. We've had a freeze that has been horrible to our plants all across this part of the state. There are plants that you cannot get to replace because there aren't any that are coming. I can tell you that Miss Tommy Eason has been out trying to get different nurseries to gift the city. And so one of those nurseries has stepped forward and will be donating the flowers that were just lost in the freeze in the butterfly garden. But once again, I will tell you that we've had 8 inches of rain, and it's not an easy thing to go out there and do that. But we were trying hard. They were trying hard to get the Veterans Park done. And so the Public Works Department has been out there digging up, cutting down bushes, digging up things. Today, Terry and Tommy and another person that I don't know who that person was, but another person that Tommy got, they went over there and they dug up out of that mud all of those shrubs that had to be replaced. Tommy and Terry went and got 26 or 28 different plants, and they stood over there and dug those holes and planted all of that in mud, trying to get ready for the event on Saturday. That was their goal, to be able to do that. They had to do some extreme shopping in order to get the plants because there's hardly any in town, and especially at what we could afford to pay. So not only did they do that, public workers over there helping them, they also had some of the electric crew out there working, trying to take down some of the guy wires that had been hanging there for a long, long time. So there was a lot of work that went over there yesterday. Are the plants big? Are they full grown, like what is frozen out? No, they're small and they're going to have to grow. But I'm telling you that if we don't stop chewing on our volunteers, they'll quit. They will quit. And if that's what we want to do, is just pay for everything instead of letting our volunteers have some ownership, when all they want to do is offer the best of themselves, then we need to find a more positive way to go about this situation. Because I don't want Terry to quit. And believe me, he's taken a lot of heat for reasons that were not even relative to what his goals are as being a dedicated person. I know him. I work with him side by side, but nobody works any harder than he does. And he has not a bone in his body that has some sort of hidden agenda. He just wants to offer the best of himself. And I think that you're going to find that true for every volunteer that works for the city. So there we are. We've had an enormous rain. We've had a bad freeze. A lot of vegetation is not available to us. There's a lot of things that we're trying to pay for and get done. But I'm telling you, we need to get off of our volunteers' fannies and instead sing their praises, because they work hard. They're going to get those plants replanted over there. But there is just so much that Terry and Tommy and the rest of the volunteers can get done in one day. So,
yes, Elaine, we think all that, but we got here on a Thursday. We're going to be leaving here on a Friday. And
yes,
I
ma'am.
think Elaine has made a very good point. We have got to be congenial. We've got to start getting along. But let's break now. And if Ashley doesn't have anything else on her item here.
I just want to say to Elaine, I want to thank Terry because he has done so much at City Hall since he first started putting all the plants in. So I want to thank him for doing all that he does. So,
Well, he appreciates that, but he's not the only one. He's just a part of the team. So let's get on with it.
Okay, we're going to.
No. Ashley, you have no idea how hard my wife works and all the
Hey,
things.
let's go to executive session. You can call her later on and deal with this. We're not going. No,
Ashley,
we're going.
start thanking
Sam.
these people for doing this work and quit complaining. Good night.
Sam, the mayor has recognized. And Mayor, if I could remind you, we do need to cite the section that we're going into executive session under.
Yes, sir.
I believe tonight
It's
we're going under
big.
section 551.087.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, so we are going to leave this regular meeting. It is 12:42 a.m. We're going to convene in executive session in hopefully 5 minutes or so. Soon as y'all can flip from one to the other, and we will be addressing, as Carvin said, section 551-087, deliberations about economic development. So I'm going to see if I can figure out how to get the phone number for, how about that? You know,